What up, Sergeant Grass? How you doing today, bud? Let's get this thing wrapped up. Living. That's about it. There was a plastic core in this, and I don't know what happened to it. Making fried taters? Hell yeah. I am going to, I don't know, make fucking burgers or something. I'm thinking about throwing some egg on burgers. I haven't had an egg on my burger in a while. What up, Runic? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in. Love that sign thing you made today. That was awesome. Was that a metal sign? Or I seen it looked like there was holes on the four corners, like you would get out of, if you got like one of those metal signs. I didn't catch it till the end. Hey Steve, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming in, guys. I appreciate it. So, while I'm getting this cleaned up here, getting this wrapped up, because if I don't do it now, I'm going to forget about it. Aluminum, awesome. You delivered the table today? Hell yeah. I got to go back and catch up on your videos, because I gotta watch the damn thing. Yeah, were they happy about it? Were they unhappy? Make a video you're making us wait to see? Did they love it? Did you end up taking it back to the house and lighting it on fire? A full build video? Oh, sweet. Alright, so I didn't miss build videos. Alright. Hey Matthew, how you doing, buddy? I do have that table that D&D group is back and forth with me on building. Every time they talk to me, they take something away and then they call me later on and they want to add something to it. Fuck's sake, just pick a budget, will you? Cool, Hinton. What are you doing in South Dakota, buddy? You go to Mount Rushmore? That's South Dakota, right? Pretty sure. I might be wrong. I don't know. My geography's fucked. Well, it's been longer than 7 seconds, so I'm allowed to say a swear word now. So, I've done some thinking for a while. Hey, Pika, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. MD, how you doing? Appreciate you coming in. So I've been doing some thinking for a while, which I know is scary, but I've come to the conclusion that, so I want to be a furniture maker, right? I told you guys that probably several hundred times by now. And I've come to the conclusion that if all I do is silly little projects like cutting boards and stuff, I will never become a furniture maker. All right. Now, I used to be of the mindset that You know, they just want to see what you can do, make sure that you can do good work, and then, you know, the projects will advance. I've come to realize, in an ideal world, that's how it would work. But that's not how it works in this world. Or at least not in my world. So I'm going to be changing up what I do. I'm in a unique position where I can do that because my day job pays my bills. So the shop just supports itself, right? That's basically it, and supports my my desire to donate money and goods and whatnot to people. Man, them gaps are fucking terrible. Jesus. It's alright, we'll work with it. This is the start of a memorial flag case. Pika. This is the only good joint on this thing. And the backside. The backside looks great. The front looks terrible. Fucking hell. Wow. Anyway, so we're going to be changing up what I do here. I'm still going to do some of the little stuff. Right? We're still going to make some cutting boards, some projects, you know, laser work, things like that. I'm still going to do it. I'm just not going to do it as much as I do now. I just actually finalized this decision today. Hey, German, how you doing, bud? So while I'll still do some of that stuff, I'm going to do it on a much smaller amount. Now, for the channel, I'm still doing the different builds and stuff for video content. I still intend to stay with that. But for live stream builds, we're going to make furniture. Whether I sell it or I don't, we'll see what happens. Right? But I've come to realize in the last year, I have built a handful of pieces of furniture and a huge number of stupid little projects like cutting boards and planter boxes and things that I don't want to build. So and things that are a saturated market, like making cutting boards, especially the style that I do, because I don't do anything crazy fancy. Making cutting boards is not a sustainable market or a sustainable business. Now, if I was making fancy 3D cutting boards and stuff, then, you know, maybe. But I'm not doing that. And I likely won't be doing that. Because they're really hard to make. Thanks, Michael. It looks like shit, but we're going to fix it. We'll fix it up. Hopefully, those will blend away. But my tape on the inside did what it was supposed to do, which was keep glue off of the inside of the corners. So that's awesome. Super excited about that. That needs to be tightened up. Lock that in place a little better. But there's the start of it. All right. I did not get the glass yet, so we're not going to make the lid. At some point, we're gonna sand it. We're gonna do some cleanup work on it. here very, very soon. We're going to see if I can make these terrible fucking gaps go away. And if I can't, we're going to throw it in the burn pile and we're going to start again. If I can't make it look halfway presentable. Anyway, so what we're going to be doing in the future here, in the very near future, is we're going to build pieces of furniture. I'm going to do one-off pieces of furniture. Now, if it's like an end table, you know, whatever, it'll get two. But decided that that's what I want to do with my woodworking. I can make 1,000,000 cutting boards, and all I will ever do is get better at making cutting boards. And I'm starting to feel stagnant. Building the bassinet kind of showed me that I'm not learning anything. I'm stuck. I'm stuck in this kind of rut of wanting to make sales and wanting to keep the prices low enough that people can afford them, which I still want to do. It's just not going to be my entire business, right? Does that make sense? Like, I'll still make some cutting boards, but they'll be limited runs. I'm no longer going to be, you know, stacking up 70 fucking orders for cutting boards. Not going to do it anymore. But, you know, when I'm kind of just hanging out or, you know, whatever, want to do something simple, need to take a break. Cutting boards are super simple and easy. Colby, how you doing, buddy? Like, I hope that makes sense to you guys. So, if that's not going to be the kind of channel you want to watch, where our live stream videos are going to be furniture builds, I appreciate you hanging out with me, as long as you did. But that's the way we're going to be going. So, I mean, we'll still do little projects like this and stuff on occasion, but the vast majority of what I'm going to do is, you can't be known, you can't be a maker of something if you never actually make it, right? So I want to be a furniture maker, and if I'm never actually making furniture, I can't be a furniture maker, right? Right now I'm a glorified cutting board maker. And fucking laser button pusher. Right? That's shit. There's 500 million other people out there. Do a YouTube search on cutting board videos. I bet you'll get 8 million hits. Adirondack chairs are, I mean, they're fine for building just for fun. But, hey, what's up, Viking? Oh, I forgot I modded you the other day to share your link. But, what I mean by furniture is, I want to be heirloom furniture, right? I don't want to make just cabinets and stuff like that. So, that's the way we're going to go. And it's going to start immediately after the shop is built. So, up until then, we'll do stupid little bullshit and start getting the shop built out. And then once the shop's built out, we're going to be off to the races. It may fail. The business may tank, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. Right? That makes sense to everybody? Hopefully the channel works out. Hopefully the channel likes it. I'm gonna try to put I still want to do the video builds and stuff on here, but we're going to make some changes. All right, now, so I have to build a memory box, 12 by 12 by 12, I'm guessing. I'm guessing they want a cube. Also, Viking, how you doing, bud? What's going on, man? How are you? Also, hello, Julio. Yeah, so I know, I know furniture sells really well, but I'm not in it for the money, right? I mean, I want the business to survive. But I think that if you build something with the intention on making a bunch of money off of it, you are always going to be sorely disappointed, right? At that point, I think any business will fail. I'm only doing this so I can get paid. Then you're not doing it because you enjoy it. You're not doing it because you want to learn. You're doing it so you can get paid. And the moment you don't, you're done and you're moving on to something else. You're pissed off with it. You decided that it's a failure and it'll never make any money. So I'm gonna just start making stuff, and I'll post it up for sale. Set it up to consignment shops, and I'm just gonna make a bunch of one-off stuff. See if the market does anything, and if it does, great. If it doesn't, hell with it. I learned how to make it. Right? Does that make sense? I mean, I feel like I'm a fairly established business at this point. I'm established for freaking cutting boards. That's what I'm established for. And cheap laser work. But I think that I at least have a name that I can kind of leverage to move forward. One thing I do not want to do is I do not want to get stuck in a rut of like cutting boards, you know, like you know, people start wanting rocking chairs, for example, just over and over and over and over and over, and then that's all I'm doing. I don't want to do that. Hey, what's going on, St. Petersburg? How you doing, bud? I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that name. Alright, so I'm going to leave that box sit for now, because some of that glue is still really soft, and it perplexes me as to why. But we're going to leave that sit for now. And I think I'm going to do some milling up of some lumber to do a 12 by 12 by 12 box. Like that. Keep following BV. Hey, Mike, how you doing, bud? Hey, Brian, what's going on? Yeah, I forgot that I gave you that wrench so you could post a link of some sort. Can't remember what the link was. Oh, Randy's channel, I believe. I just haven't taken it away yet. I'll get there. I'll pull it away. You don't have to feel obligated to be here and do mod things. Alright, so here's my idea for this box. Cherry sides, okay, and a purple poplar top and bottom. What do you think? Yep, it's an emotional support pickle. Got a little face and everything. Alexei Dimitrov. Okay, awesome. Cheers, Alexei. Thanks for that, Mike. So I'm thinking cherry sides because there's going to be some laser work on them. And purple poplar top and bottom. I'm only going to go with full purple pop or full wood all the way around, just so that I don't have to worry about longevity of usage. It does make me feel all warm and fuzzy knowing I have a pickle. All I gotta do is rub it. Thanks, Matthew. Appreciate that, bud. Pickle's warm and fuzzy. They got tools for that. They got tools for that, Mike. Hey, Steph, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. How was the pool? So I don't have any 12-inch wide cherry boards. So we're going to have to do a glue up. Which means we've got to mill some cherry, because the only cherry I have is rough cut. So we're going to do some milling. They got lotion also. You're an architecture specialist? Awesome. Right, the feeder of the dino nuggies. Or dino patties. Them things are massive. Like a normal dino nugget's like, you know, what, 2 inches? These things are like dino patties. They're like 4 inches across. They're massive. Hey, Billy, how you doing, bud? Thanks for coming in. Alright, so I got a cold drink in me. We're going to have to... There we go. There's the spot it doesn't wiggle. We're going to have to do some milling. So let's set this aside for now. Hey, Bex. I'm going to come back here, and I'm going to dig around in my lumber rack here, which has been... It's in dire need of modification or cleanup, but... I'm going to pull out a cherry board that I like the looks of. And we're going to start milling. Get that out of the way. Well, that won't make 12 by 12. Biscuit, how big is that? Not 12. But, oh, there's a crack down the middle of it. Never mind. It's definitely cherry. That's like 5/4 cut. Oh yeah, that's all kinds of split on the end. We don't want to use that one. So much checking. That one would actually look really nice. If it wasn't for this section right here. Let's see what else we got. Oh, I got a couple of more pieces up here. Actually, I got one really wide piece. That is face grain. I bet that'll actually look really nice. What am I going to need? I'm going to need 2 boards, 2 pieces of this for each side, so I'm going to need at least 8 pieces out of this, a foot long. Look at that. 9.5 feet. See what this big ass one is up here. There's is also face gray. Dang, that is gray. There's going to be a lot of waste on that one. It is also face gray. Let's flip that one over. I think what we're going to do is we're going to use this one. We're going to chop it down to usable or manageable pieces. We're going to send it through the planer, get it thinned out, get it broke down. If need be, we'll break into one of these other pieces to take little bits off. Purple poplar. Well, let's get the cherry put up first, and then we'll deal with purple poplar. I need to call a lumber yard and order more cherry. You know, I have these pieces of tongue and groove black walnut. I've got a lot of them. There's a bunch of them up there. They're little cut-offs from the lumber mill. We could probably make a base out of these, right? That does. Oaksport? No, these are all cherry. But I bet we could. We could probably make a. Probably make a decent base bottom to the box. I know this stuff. I don't know. What do you guys think? We use some of this tongue and groove to make a bottom. The black walnut. The downside is it's got these grooves in the bottom, which I mean we can run through the planer and get rid of. That's not a big deal. It would drastically thin out the. Cross that bridge when we get to it. What do you think? Right now, let's get some work done. We can get no work done if we're sitting here jabberjawing. There is a piece of purple poplar right here that I want to look at. So much black walnut, tiny little pieces laid around here. Yeah. There's some pine. So our next build, if anybody hasn't seen it, on my post, I posted a picture of a rocking chair. I think that's going to be our next build. I already ordered some white oak because I've never built a piece of furniture out of white oak. And I want to. Why not? It's going to be a very ugly piece of purple poplar. There's like very little purple in there. Look at it. So you know what? Maybe we'll rip that down to the bottom. Oh, maybe not. It's got this kind of split here. Will we be able to work around it? Yeah, we can work around it. We can get around it. Maybe we'll use that for the bottom, because the bottom doesn't have to look pretty. So much dust back here. That's red oak. That's red oak. We've got a splinter of black walnut. Poplar. That's not going to be good enough. What about... I'm trying to look to see if I've got any of my little cutoff pieces. Man! Can you tell I don't get back there and do much with this stuff very often? That's a nice piece of cherry. I don't think it's big enough. Nope. Nope. That one's not going to work. That one's definitely not going to work. That's not going to work. I got this really wide piece here, but I was going to make a bench out of it. God bless it, so much dust back here. Bear with me for a moment, guys. Bear with me. I have a scrap wood problem. My problem is I keep all the scrap wood. Piece of curly cherry. on that for me. I don't really like how that one looks, but maybe. There we go. That one's got some color. It's plenty wide enough. I think this one's 16 inches wide, maybe more. 17 inches wide. Sorry guys, I know you can't really see what I'm doing back here. This is what I'm doing. I'm just back here playing with my wood. But this one's got some nice coloring in it. Plenty of usable space. This is the one I was going to turn into a... This one and that one I was going to turn into a bench. But poplar is probably not the right choice for a bench. So I think what we'll do, we'll chop this piece up. We'll try to keep it, you know, chop it up intelligently, but we'll see what happens. Yeah. Alright, so I got the cherry, I got the black, or the purple poplar. Let me see, how am I going to get this out of here and put it somewhere so I can move all this poplar back. Good gravy, that's heavy. Coming through. How you guys doing? This stuff back down here where it belongs. Wow, so dusty. Stuff can stay there for now. Alright. So here's the piece we're going to go with. Oop. Hang on, I got my phone plugged in, got the board all wonky. Whoop. Knock you guys just straight over, eh? Hey Christina May, how you doing? Hey, random? You got a deal for me? Alright. Back in front of the camera now. I can read chat. So this is the piece we're going to cut a chunk out of. Wherever I find a decent coloring. Which, to be honest, may even just be the end there. Huh. That would work. We got some chatoyancy, we got some curl there in the purple. And then we'll cut it down this way. And then we'll use this other piece. We'll rip that down and run it through the planer. And use that as the bottom, because nobody cares about the bottom. And we'll use the cherry. If it looks good once it runs through the planer, we'll use that for the sides. Yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll lop this off, strip this off down to 12.5 inches wide, and we'll go with that. So, what I want to do is I want to cut off a chunk of this. It's going to be for that box, man. I think what we'll do is we'll go right up here to this kind of gouge mark. We'll just zip that off with a saw, a little circular saw. Hey, Kizzy. It's going to be for a memory box for Matthew. So we're going to zip it off here. That way I've got a larger area that I can choose from. We'll have a lot of waste, but it's fine. By the way, if you're going to buy one of these, it is not for this. Alright? Get a better one. Works great at what it's designed to work for, and that is not this. So, I don't know if you can see it yet because it's not run through the planer, but you got all kinds of chatoyancy and curl going on over here in this purple. That's the side we're going to go for. See how it looks in the planer. Got to break it down to size. Let's put this big ass one back up. We'll break this board down into 2 pieces to run through the planer. And this one's going to get broken down. That'll be the bottom. So let's put this big ass monstrosity back up here. And if I do ever decide to build my bench, I've still got plenty. It's like 8 feet long still. Whoop. We'll slide it over that way. That'll sit there for now. Let's get this measured out so we can break this one down in half. Where'd my tape measure go? There it is. Found it. It is fucking hot. Alright. So I got 9 feet. So if we break it down 4.5 feet. I got 9.5 feet. But if we break it down to 4.5. Will be plenty good enough. go 4'8". You know. Close enough in the middle. The word, yeah, I think daddy's censored. I think it's on my list of words that people don't get to say. Because I got tired of seeing all the for lack of a better word, the fucktarded comments. Didn't have it quite right. Pinched it at the end, but that's fine. Also, I wasn't cutting straight. Imagine that. Alright. That will be a lot easier to manage going through the planer. We're going to break these down to the width that I want so we can send them through the planer. Ah, right in the eyeball. Yeah, Steph, if people were using it properly, I wouldn't have made it a bad word. There was always some fucking 12-year-old weirdo coming into chat. I definitely don't want them calling me daddy. Alright, break that one down then. Okay, so we're going to break these down to about 12.5 inches wide so that I can send it through my planer. 13 inches is my... for fuck's sake, random. I'm trying to work, bruh. Channel activity. Alright. Man, I won't call you Daddy Hardwood. Do you know Bailey Woodworks? I know of him, or I know of the channel. Yeah. I just right. Also, I need to clean this damn blade. We're gonna be very aggressive for this stuff. Alright. So we're gonna go... Really? We're gonna go 13 inches wide because this stuff is a 1/2 inch ply. And I want to use the fence. Or I want to use it as my fence. I gotta make life difficult. I guess that stuff is just shy 12.5 inches. Or just shy of a 1/2 inch. Make it a little bigger so I got some room to cut off some excess here. Alright. I'm going to make some noise. I'm going to chop this down. I want to keep this side. That side will go against the fence. Not worried about length. We'll deal with that when we get to it. Alright, let's come back to the table saw here in a bit. I cut this piece off because of that. No good. Put this junk up here. Alright. Now we're going to break out the planer and we're going to make a big ass mess. Because, you know, why not annoy the 18 people that are in here watching by running the loudest freaking tool I got? Oh, is Christina in here? Daddy Plywood. Alright. This stuff back here. Really? Well, I got something around here I can jam under this leg. That's much better. Much more gooder. still haven't changed out blades on this, so I haven't adjusted them, I haven't slid them, I haven't sharpened them, I haven't done nothing. So we're gonna beat the snot out of them doing this, and we're gonna blow all that dust. Well, hopefully over there, but probably everywhere. Put it on. It's on rough pass. Make sure this damn thing doesn't blow off. Make sure it's pointed directly at that bandsaw motor. There we go. I'll get as much of it into that motor as I can. I'm on the wrong side. Wrong way. This side's really gray. I wonder what that's going to look like. Hopefully that gets cleaned up. A couple of little checks back here. We're going to see how that plays out. Oh, fuck it. Let's send it through this way. Making a noise. something's wrong. It shouldn't be bogging down that much. So we're going to slap some new blades in it real quick. It shouldn't be bogging down like that on a board that wide, taking a 32nd of a cut. Also, I blew a chip off the end of the board, and I didn't see it come out, which means it's probably still inside there. I'd rather it not go through the fan if I can avoid it. So, we're going to do this real quick. It's a couple of blades to replace. I got a brand new set right here. We'll beat these ones up. Maybe it did go through. Well, should be a chunk over there somewhere. Alright. Might as well move this over here. Yeah. Hey, Alan, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, Runic, that's for sure. Like, I'd love to get a helical head, but damn, they're pricey. You're almost better off just buying a new planer. Getting a 15-inch wide or 16-inch wide planer that comes with a helical head. Well, we're going to have to readjust our... I do have it unplugged, so you guys don't have to get all antsy with me. Yeah. Turn, bitch. Why don't you turn? I don't want to lose a finger here. Just fucking roll. Oh. I guess it would help if I didn't have the lock on. There we go. Sorry, there's a little lock over here that once you open the cover, it drops down. There's absolutely no need to use power tools on these screws. If you can't get it off with this fucking T sock thing that they give you, then you put it on too tight. I get it, using the impact driver is fast. You know, just zip, 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 but it's also real easy to fuck shit or to mess stuff up. So, you know, use a little common sense. Trying real hard not to swear. It's not my strong suit. Them blades are beat to hell. Dull as shit. Can't tell if the other side is... No, the other side's well used too. Alright. Brand new pack. This is actually the pack that came with this. So there's two versions of this planer. One costs significantly more, and you get the in-feed, out-feed tables and another set of blades. I just never used this set before. Alright, I gotta get a paper towel to wipe that. I don't care about oil on the blade, but what I do care about is any debris sitting down here. Sorry guys, I know this wasn't what we intended to do, but it needs done. So we're going to slide that one all the way over there. Put this one right here. So there's 3 blades I got to change. So you'll have to give me a few minutes. Them blades were extremely dull, bogging this thing down so much. And as the blades get duller, the planer has to work more, has to work harder, and it gets louder. So look at chat real quick, make sure I didn't miss anything from you guys. Huge glob of... Oof. Can't have a beard like that and not swear. Right, Alan? Yeah, Steph is going to be making me. Steph is going to be bringing me lunch tomorrow. Bringing me the leftovers. She may not know it yet. I'm going to. Guys, if you're putting Loctite or anything crazy on your screws, you're only hurting yourself. Okay? Like, you don't got to go at it with a torque wrench or any kind of nonsense like that. Just grab hold of the damn T-handle and give it a twist. Anytime you're tightening things up that has a line of screws, start in the middle. Do yourself a favor. Start in the middle. Alright, there's one done. Let's roll this around without chopping a finger. Alright, let's get this one off. And if you're reasoning for using a 1/4-inch impact gun or impact driver, or just cranking the bejesus out of these bolts is, oh, they might come off. General maintenance is look at your equipment before you use it. Don't be stupid. Like, it takes 2 seconds to pull the cover off, go through, and make sure the bolts are tight. If you're worried about them coming off, pay attention to them. Right? That makes sense. And when you're in here and you got this, right, so you got this thing up, if you've got this style, there's another blade right here. The sharp edge is facing up. Don't rub it. Don't rub it. Especially when you get around to your new one, right, when your new one is facing up, that one's going to be razor sharp. Definitely don't touch it. Come on now. In fact, just don't use tools in general. YouTube will probably be happier if I say that. Ah, bless it. Stay. Alright, push it all the way over. Wipe this off. Now, I'm not wiping the oil off the blades because, well, why would I? It's literally there to keep the blades from rusting. And the tiny amount of the blade that actually contacts your workpiece is not going to contaminate it. Because you're not just running it through once. You're going to run it through a second time or a third time. And after that first cut, any oil that's going to come off of it is already off of it. These cutter heads are spinning at Mach Jesus speeds, so any oil that was going to sling off is going to sling off. Probably before you even get the wood in there. Thanks for coming to Dan's TED Talk about don't be stupid. I'm just talking to talk, guys. I can't see. I can see you guys are talking, but I can't read it because I'm fucking old and blind. And every time I come over there is a few minutes that I'm not doing this, which means it's even longer until we get back to work. I believe that chunk fell. I heard it. Oh, never mind. It was a plastic cap for my blade lid. Last side. Let's not cut a finger off. There we go. I am due for doing some deep cleaning and lubrication on my tools. We will do that. Readjustments, anything else that needs fine-tuned and done to my tools, we'll do that before we start the next build. Well, before we start the rocking chair build. I'll come out here and spend a day just tearing tools apart, cleaning them up, lubricating them. Adjusting them all so that they're square. Now, there is about 8 of these screws that hold these blades in. Each blade has 8. What I would recommend is, that blade is stuck. There we go. Alright, so these blades have been in there for, I don't know, quite a while. See, there's only a thin coating of oil where it is actually pinched by something else. And I've used this set of blade on the bassinet, used it on damn near everything. Well, just about everything I've done on YouTube here, I think I've had that set of blades in. I might have turned them once. I think I turned them before the bassinet build. Now this is a sharp blade up here facing sharp side up. It's a brand new blade. Don't touch it. I can't think of sure. Oh, there's a lot of oil in that one. Spread that around a little bit. Okay. Anyway, so there is 8 screws that hold each blade in place. If you lose a screw, get a screw. I mean, crying out loud, don't run it with less screws than the machine came with. That's just asking for trouble. And if you drop one, find it. Didn't go far. Didn't go far at all. Also, if you drop it in here, definitely find the damn thing. It's gonna, as soon as you turn the machine on, the machine will find it. Crunch something, it'll make expensive noises real fast. Now what I would recommend doing is you run this machine after you change the blades, or flip them, or whatever. Anytime you have these screws out, I recommend you run it for a little bit, and then open it back up and check your tension on your screws. Make sure none of them backed off. Put these blades back in this nifty plastic container, and we'll sharpen those or send them out to be sharpened, one or the other. Here. Or they'll sit in there and one of the 17 other sets that are in there will get used instead. Now this piece that I'm putting on here is the chute to the blower. It's got a built-in blower. That's why it shoots the chips so far out. This is the piece that pushes the lock down and allows the machine to be on. So you can have this cover off if you really want to, but there's a bunch of moving shit in here, so probably don't do that. But you will not be able to run it without this on. In fact, what you'll probably do is end up burning up the motor, or which is here, or burning up a belt. Or you'll break the lock, and then it's kind of pointless, isn't it? Now, hopefully, we can get through the rest of this milling. We're going to break the 8 o'clock rule, but I want to get this shit milled up, so. It's still daylight. Hell with it. Neighbors keep telling me they don't hear anything outside, so. Look at that, tool storage. The one tool you need. Already there. Isn't that great? There we go, now we're back in business. So we can plug it back in. Let's see if that did anything for us. It might not have. Let me look at chat real quick here while I have a drink, because damn, it's hot. Whew. Dan's going to lose weight while you're gone? Yep, 100%. She's gone for like a week at a time. You seen the dinner she was putting in the oven? She knows the leftovers are my lunch? Awesome. Yeah, more bribery offers. She wants that. She wants that lumber hauled. Let me see if my chat froze. Oh yeah, it definitely froze. What's written on this one? I don't know. I don't know, Matthew. I keep forgetting to blow it up. Anyone know how Turner is doing? I seen he was live earlier, but I don't know anything after that. What happened to him? Factor meals? Listen, Alan, during the summer that might be okay, but a boy likes to eat dinner. You were talking about me, not to me. All right, fine. Whoops. Oh, that's today. Dang. Turner is done. It had to be cut out on inside and outside. Oh. So it was out. So it's out now. Good. Good. And come back with one less finger. All 10 still. Although when I dumped that blade, that last blade out of the package, I had to shake it a little bit. And the tip of it, like the very corner, stabbed me right here in the meaty part of my finger. Like, it hurts. Like, it feels like, a splinter. But there's nothing going on there. Also, new blades, like brand new blades for this, stupid sharp. Stupid sharp. MD. Alright. Let's see what we did. See if we did any good. We're going to send this back through. Try it from this side here, because this side is... Crank it down. Like I said, I was only taking off a 30-second. Now, the initial cut was different because... Excuse me. The first passes were different because it was rough cut board, so it's not a uniform thickness. That's what we're doing now, is making it a uniform thickness. So some spots were a little more aggressive than others. Alright, I'm going to make some noise, we're going to shoot this through. Don't know if you'll be able to see it on camera, but I'm going to try. This side was cut with the new blades. This side was cut with the old blades. Okay. God dang, my phone's hot. Same board, right? We cut them. That came off of that end. Same board. We're going to have to deal with those cracks. See if I can show you the cut. I don't know if you can see. This one is rougher than this one. This one, smooth. Like I could put finish on that. That's smooth. This, rough. And everywhere one of these little darker pieces of grain is raised. This, smooth as a baby's bottom. Significant difference. Just in new blades. Plus, this one has the ridges that go lengthwise because I nicked that. And there's a color difference. Now, this one's darker, finer. Finer cut on that one. Alright. So, let's send these through the planer. Then we'll do the purple poplar, which is a little harder and has knots in it, which is gonna nick a blade. 100% it's gonna nick a blade. So, send these in. This was the one that I ripped that chunk. I ripped that off because I fed it this way. I didn't expect that to blow out. So we'll turn it around, feed it this way. We're slightly over 3/4. It's going to be a very stout box, but there's not going to be any framing or anything. It's literally just going to be the box. Alright, now we're going to run the purple poplar through. It's going to be fucking brutal to my blades. It's going to beat the snot out of them, but we're not overly concerned about flat. But not across this whole thing. Alright, here we go. Can you see it? Can you see it now? That's going to be the top of the box. That's what we're going for. Look how pretty that is. That chatoyancy. Sparkle. Alright. Quick fucking around. Let's get this done. Be done with that thing now. Oh. Look at this. Would you just look at it? It's everywhere. And I shot it straight into that motor right there, too. It's built up behind it. I gotta remember to blow that out. Put a mask on? Nah. Maybe you're just short. Yeah, well, the dust collection system will be installed here shortly. So I am not overly concerned. I've gone this long without having a proper dust collector and just cleaning up the mess. I think I can go another couple of weeks. In fact, I don't know what I'll do when I don't have to clean up the shop every couple of weeks. Like, I'll have so much free time. Won't be out here moving stuff around, blowing crap all over the place with the air compressor. Just flipping a switch. Moving on. Alright, that's that. Let's sweep this over here. Literally in front of my door. Now, you'll notice I'm not overly concerned with flatness across that entire board. Okay? The reason for that is we're going to be cutting it down into 1 foot sections. Okay? So, you might be off a good bit across 4 feet, 2 feet, and then you cut down to 1 foot and you find out that you're really only off a tiny amount, and it's probably an amount that doesn't matter. Enjoy more booze? Yeah. Yep, that'll probably be it. Smells great in there still? Nice. Do more stuff for you. Yeah, I'm fucking sure. I am fucking sure. That's the real reason I gotta stop doing small projects so much, is it's taking up too much time, and she can't get her projects done. All right, now before I do this, I need to I need to run that against the table saw first, but I need to square this blade up for this fence because it is not square. should be at least close enough. It should be closer than it was. At least that's the idea. But I got to run them across the table saw to get a straight edge. All right. And for those 4-foot long boards, I'm going to grab my 4-foot level and use that as a straight edge. Not this half-inch sheet of plywood here, because that plywood flexes, and we don't want it to flex. Would you look how pretty that is? Got all sorts of curl and shine going on there. There's a whole bunch of it. Just a ton of it. Oh, there's even some on the other side. Which is amusing, because, you know, it's an inch thick. So why wouldn't there be some on the other side? Okay. I'll leave that sit there. Set this over here. Put this saw down. Put this saw back. I think there's not going to be enough. There we go. That should give me some support out there. Oh, we ain't putting stain on it. Don't like the stained wood, Matthew. What we will put on it is some of that hard wax oil. And then, the top, we will give it a nice buff and shine with some beeswax. We're going to use all Gilboy products on this one because, well, I really like their products, so I want to play with them. Don't fucking fall till I get the other one on. Now, if you have this saw, right, you've got this flip-up fence, don't clamp, don't squeeze something to that. It's a thin piece of hollow plastic, all right? And you don't have to clamp hard. You're just holding this on here. It's not under any kind of pressure, all right? It's just there. You don't got to squeeze the life out of it. All we want to do is get a straight edge. We're obviously not going to get one off of that. So, you know what? We're going to come in probably a half of an inch. Drop that blade down. I'm my tape measure right now. Every time I talk to you guys, I lose my tape measure. Okay, that'll leave me room to cut off the other side. I'm going to plug this thing in. Now, will you get a perfectly straight edge with this? Probably not, but it'll be good enough. Sorry you forgot. Listen, if you really want it stained, I can stain it, but I'm not going to be happy about it. All right? Now we've got a relatively straight edge. Now we can flip it and get rid of that rough edge. We'll do that. We're only going to come in, I don't know, 1/8 of an inch. Maybe 3/16. Now, see how good our straight edge is. Son of a bitch. Aside from my board being warped. Step it this way. Not half bad. Not half bad. There's the gap. Not a bad joint right off of that. Being curved like dino nuggets, it ain't right. In fact, I bet you I could just clamp that. Well, that spot's going to be a little too big. Now, let me see. If we glued this together, would we be able to get 4 feet out of it up to here? Oh, we would. But 8 plus at least an 1/8. We could actually do it. Huh. What do you guys think? Should we glue these up now and then cut them to length? Or should we cut them to length and then glue them up? Give me your opinion. Oh, they're same amount of work. $43 clamps now or 43 clamps later. They're both the same amount of work. And then I can run it through because I'll be a little wide, about a ½ an inch wide. So I can run it through and trim off the very edges. Take a ½ inch off each side, send it. You can close it up, you do it all at once. Now, we're going to look at it. We're going to see. We're going to see if, hang on, let me put my blade down so I'm not chewing into the wood. Come on, get on there. Stupid cord keeper. There you go. We're going to see if I'm going to be able to close it up or if I got to run them on the jointer. So let's try to find a good side. I mean, that side would make sense because then I have the kind of sapwood spots out on the outside instead of through the center. But my peaks are going opposite directions, so they should go like that. That gives me a significant gap right here. Don't want to force that closed. That's just going to be a weak spot. What I could do is I could try to run it through the saw again, or I could just break out the jointer. Flip that, clamp them together, send it through the jointer, and then open it up, and I should have a perfect joint there. Or is this side prettier? What if we did that? So that little sapwood is only on the other side. It doesn't come through. That gives me a significantly smaller. I can close that with my hands. If I can close it with my hands, I can close it with a clamp. Let's find out. Are you never gonna fucking bite? Come on now. Get in there. That's next to no pressure on there. And aside from it being one bow's down and one bow's up a little bit, which I can fix with a caul. That's perfect. Hang on, this side opened up a little bit. That's perfect. We're going to glue it. Did I miss an incoming call? Probably. Run it on the jointer. Fine. I'll run it on the jointer. Oh. Guys are so needy. Alright, let me get this stuff out of here so that I can just set that right there. Pop this clamp. For some reason, people love to call me. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, there we go. Let me clean the dirt off, or the dust off this camera. This guy's just over here looking at me and like through a cloud of dust. There we go. Clean dust off my glasses. Holy cow, I can see now. Alright, let's run this on the jointer. We'll take this down. It just squared. This over here. We're going to run the jointer that way. This is the side we want. All right. You do not need the push blocks for this, but I do need to be able to clamp it to the table, so we're going to clamp it on the inboard side. Yeah, somebody's mowing, so if somebody can be mowing, I can be doing this, right? Makes sense? There, so I shouldn't be tipping the damn table over. I mean, this is probably a little louder than a mower, but it doesn't last near as long. Unless I'm running a planer, and then it just lasts forever. Alright, let me get a couple more 6-inch clamps. Oh, we probably need 3 of them. Probably grab 4 just... Where happened to all my 6-inch clamps? Where'd they all go? Also, why doesn't that rubber boot fit on that one? Huh, weird. Where'd all my 6-inch clamps go? I got 2, 4. Oh, there's 2 more right there. Alright. We don't want to leave this clamp to the table anyway. So we'll pop that off. We will use the table saw table. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on, we're gonna run this thing through the router anyway, or the jointer anyway. And I might as well You know what, it's fine. If we end up making a panel out of a different piece of cherry, we will survive. Now, as long as none of my clamps are down to that level, we have plenty of room. Okay, move you guys over here. Mainly so you're out of my way. Alright, this is set to take super light passes, which I don't think we'll have to take heavy passes at all. So let's tighten these up a little bit. A little more aggressive passes. Hey, we're gonna go with that. Okay, get rid of this. Bring out some glue. Do a little bit of clamps. A couple of culls. Yeah. Now, normally I would put down a piece of plastic, but since those are 4 feet long and this is not 4 feet wide, well, there's really no point to it because it's going to drip onto the floor anyway. So, let's get stuff set up, because we're going to have about 10 minutes of working time. So we might as well get everything set up right away. Never did clean these. Probably should have done that. Fuck it, I got clamps. Why not use some clamps? Throw a couple on the top. I don't know, a couple, 3 of them across the top, 5 of them across the bottom, 4 of them across the bottom, something. I have a couple culls. Any of these. I'm going to need, probably at least 3 pair. One more. And then 6 clamps. We should be off to the races. Yes, I'm looking at contraption. The big clamp. So at some point, because I do intend on needing to do panels quite often, in fact, there is, where are my other 2 clamps that I just had? I just had them in my hand somewhere. They're right here. I'm going to have to build a clamp rack so that I can put panels in, clamp them, put cauls on if I need to, and allow it to just hang somewhere or sit somewhere. But it's going to need to be a contraption. Ideally, I'd like it to be on the wall so it can kind of lay down if it needs to. Or tilt out, rather, at a nice angle. You know, like that. Alright. Move these over. Here. 2 on each end. These may get rearranged, but for now. I think I had a better clamp going than before I ran them on the jointer. The saw side, that's a saw side. All right. We are. So put these here. I'll put one more here. Move this one out here, closer to the end. Move this one in. 1, 2, 3, and one underneath over here. Call here, a call here, and a call here. We should be off for the races. We'll see where the calls need to go. I'm going to need one in the middle at least, because these both different directions. And one out here. If they're a little off, we've got a sander, we can take care of it. Grab a paper towel and drink. Yes, we're going to glue both sides. Can't have a glue gap, or can't have a spot with no glue in it if there's glue on both halves. Yes, there will be a fuck ton of squeeze out. No, I don't care. Oh man, I don't like glue running down the face. Just want to get a little bit of squeeze on here. Throw the coals on. One in there to hold these in place. Squeeze the bejesus out of that. Put this one down here. Squeeze the bejesus out of that. Loosen it up a little bit. Throw another one right here. I think we're going to go with 2 calls. This. Come on, there you go. Pick the one with the longest little handle to do this side. We're going to forgo putting a cull at that end. Probably don't even need that one. Probably only needed them right here. But I think we'll be alright. Here we go. It's glued up. Let's see if chat froze. Oh, it definitely froze. Use Unistrut? Yep. Yeah, I want to build some Unistrut calls. Come on, cactus vibes. Random wants to know where I bought those. What, these? Harbor Freight. Not the red ones. The red ones I got from a cabinet shop. Alright. The squeeze. Like, I kind of want to put culls down there just because it looks off, but I don't really need to. And, I mean, I do have a set of Jorgensen 6-inch clamps. Fuck it, I'm going to throw a set on there. Why not? I thought I had more 6-inch clamps, but either I don't know where they're at, which is entirely possible. They could be anywhere. But yes, Unistrut is really nice to use for culls, but I don't have any Unistrut, so using some blocks of wood up on end works as well. One of these days I'd like to, doing this with these things clamped up is probably going to be absolutely pointless. But oh, fuck you too. Oh, I'll never be able to get that thing in there. Is it rolling off to the side? I must be squeezing a soft spot on this piece of wood. There we go. It looks more professional. You know, more clamps means more professional. Are they magnetic? What, these? No, these are aluminum. Hey, Walter. We're going to make a box. We're going to make a 12 by 12 box. And we're going to make it with a piece of that on the top. If I get it to shine. So pretty. So sparkly. And a lot of chatoyancy in that purple poplar there. So we're going to cut a 12-inch chunk out of it on this side. And if I can get both pieces out of it, then we'll do both pieces out of it. But I got 2 of them milled, so we'll be alright. Hey, what's this red thing on the floor? Oh, it's the lock for my... There we go. It's a key for my, my jointer. I'd have been really sad. I would have had to dig out my spares. In fact, I don't even know if I have a spare for that one. I got spares for a bunch of them, but I don't know if I got spares for that one. Oh man. All right. So we made a hell of a mess. Like a ridiculous mess. But here we are. So we're going to do cherry sides. We're going to laser engrave on the sides. I'm not going to laser engrave on the top. Just because the purple poplar, it engraves really weird. Like, the white parts of the wood will engrave really well. And the purple parts will engrave really well, but they're 2 different settings. Yes, I understand. CO2 lasers are the best. If you don't have a CO2 laser, you don't get to do cool things. I don't have a fucking CO2, alright? I have a diode, and I know how to use it. So tired of people with CO2 lasers telling me I need to get a CO2. It's the best thing ever. Yeah? Well, I can engrave pictures. Can you? For what I understand, you cannot. I might be wrong, but now in terms of cutting and stuff, oh, absolutely, CO2s are way better. Doing dark, flat engravings, yeah. CO2s are probably better. But I don't have one. And I have no intentions of getting one anytime soon. Because I don't have the room to have this giant fucking monstrosity in my shop. Nor do I have the interest in spending the money for it. It's for the amount of laser work that I intend to do in the near future. We don't need a laser. We don't need a CO2. Welcome back, Random. Welcome back. Now, one of you people wants to give me a CO2. I'll take it. But I ain't buying one. Alright. My beer is warm. I am hot. My fan's not even blowing on me. Let's fix that. One of these 8 amp hour batteries has to go on the charger. This one. I got that fast charger over there, but I'm just not burning through batteries fast enough to use it. Later on, perhaps. But at the moment, plus I don't have it set up and I don't like using it just sitting there on the floor or on the counter. I'd rather have it mounted to the wall. So, for now, charging one battery at a time. That little wall charger works pretty fine. I don't know where to put you guys. Here. Put me over here. Yeah, put the flag in the back. Both flags. You can see, like, we do woodworking. The floor's dirty. Looks like a shop. Alright, guys. We're going to shoot the breeze for maybe an hour. So, let the breeze shooting commence. Also, I'm not touching it. Looks like a crack house. Fuck you. Wish I could afford crack. I'd have a lot cooler stuff. I mean, I wouldn't have crack, but if I had the money to blow on that, I'd have the money to spend on cooler things. Cranking the hell out of that fan. I'm sweating my cojones off here. Even a crackhead in it? You would know, wouldn't you, Randall? You would know. Crack you in the head with my big ass hammer. I'm gonna call her Baby Thor. I'm gonna make a big one. A really, really big one. Like, absurdly large. What do you think? Like a 4-foot handle? Like a 4-foot handle and a head on it, like 1.5 feet, 2 feet long. Two of these tall, 2 of these wide. Big ass hammer or handle with ironwood. Hell no. You get me ironwood and a couple of saw blades, and we'll consider it. There's a lot of woods I'd like to work with, but I prefer to work with my local woods. But I do have a little surprise. Hey Tim, what's up? I do have a little surprise though. Once we start working on the rocking chair. Got a little surprise on how we're gonna, the different woods we're gonna use on it. I mean, it's gonna be primarily white oak. What's going on, Tim? But I got a surprise for the slats. Yeah, we're going to do the rocking chair. Let's be honest. I pretty much decided that I was going to do the rocking chair when I seen it. And then nobody told me it was a stupid idea. So we're going to build one. And too late now. It's already decided. You can tell me it's stupid now all you want. Your opinion no longer matters. You didn't count. You didn't comment. Sorry to hear that, Tim. Wish I could give you like a secret on how to get rid of it, but I got no idea. I'm not subject to migraines very often. When I do get a migraine, her name is usually Steph. To a child's rocking chair? Hell no, I gotta build a big one first. Although it probably would be easier to build a small one. But I'm building it off of plans with some minor modifications. Since I've never built a proper rocking chair before. I did build some like rough ones. Just as like kind of little trial deals, but you are still here. Well, now they left. But I'm going to build this one with the intentions of Either selling it, using it, or giving it away. Yeah, if I can make a big one, I should be able to cut the size down and make a small one. Like a, I don't know, half size. That's about the size of a child's rocker, right? About half size. Use it, then sell it. Hey. I may put a chunk of carpet in over here. Get a throw rug set up over here with my rocking chair. Yeah, it is stupid hot. Well, don't fill it with really hot water. Not money for the lawn person to come in the morning. You have to mow your grass? Good Lord. This is the time of the year where I'm just excited if my grass grows high enough for me to mow it. Usually right now it's just the weeds that grow. Need to replace the runners. That's the other thing. I'm not sure if I want to do wood bending, because the back on that chair is curved, right? And the runners, obviously, are curved. Or if I just want to cut them out of a larger block. I haven't decided yet. We may try some steam bending. Maybe. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We'll see. Like if I do steam bending, then I've got to set up jigs to clamp the wood to. But it probably would look better doing bends. Stetson branded straw hat. Look at you buying American stuff. I mean, it was probably made in China. Stetson's an American brand, right? I don't even know anymore. Sweatman and everything. Nice. Nice. That's very redneck of you, Random. They just stand and get one mold. At Country Fair? Is your Country Fair the same as my Country Fair? A gas station? Convenience store? Alright, Tim. Go rest up, man. I'm sorry you're suffering. If it was random, I'd be all excited just running tools just to make noise. But oh, what's up? Oh, County Fair. Oh, okay. You spelled it Country Fair. And we have a gas station here called the Country Fair, but we do have fairs, like county fairs. I find it amusing that Canada has Western festivals. That's adorable. That's adorable. Alright, so we got 2 projects in the making. I gotta get a piece of glass for that one. And I gotta make a lid. I gotta do a bunch of fixing. Get more farmers and rednecks than y'all. I don't know. Also, the hell are you farming in Canada? Moose? Isn't Canada just trees and snow? Well, hell, that's all of Canada. Fuck everything. Meese, among other things. Is meese the plural of moose? Mooses? Moosai? Moosesai? I know you do pretty good at farming fucking geese. Goddamn cobra chickens. Every year they come down here and piss everyone off. I know grass. In fact, aren't cobra chickens the one goose that I'm not allowed to hunt? See, Steph, I enjoy mowing my yard. I couldn't pay somebody to mow. They just mess it up. I get to ride around, drink beer. I mean, it's about the only time you can drink and drive and nobody can yell at you. They can mess yours up all they want. Listen, I'm super salty. They sprayed shit out in the front of the house and killed all the grass. I'm super salty about that. I don't have a damn sidewalk. There's no reason for them to spray my grass. Like, they did a line all the way down the road. Straight down. The sidewalk ends next door here. Everywhere that way doesn't have a sidewalk. And they sprayed shit, killed all the grass and everything. Pissed me right off. I called them, complained, and they went, well, it's our right of way. We can do whatever we want. And I said, yeah? Alright. Well, don't fucking find me when I don't mow it or take care of it or plant grass seed or spend any time or money on it, then. Fuck right off. Remember, it's yours. You can do whatever you want with it. Listen, I mowed mine with just a push mower before I got the rider. Grandparents got a Mexican for that? That's a little far north. Isn't it? Aren't they typically warmer weather? I mean, I know if I went from fucking Central America, the last place I'd want to go to is Canada. That's a hell of a temperature shock. Listen, them. I've worked with a bunch of Spanish people, and they were some of the most efficient workers ever. Like, they didn't really fuck around a whole lot. Come in, work, get paid, leave, get drunk, and eat good food. That was pretty much it. We'll talk about that. You're gonna get me kicked out. You're gonna get me kicked off of YouTube. Also, the glue in my brush wasn't dry, and now my brush is all weird. It was like dry on the outside, but not the middle. I'm gonna have to unmonetize this live stream, so that way they can't demonetize me. Thanks, random. In fact, I don't even really know if monetizing a live stream is worthwhile. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out how it works. But after these two projects are done, I will start videoing a series. So this thing that I have up here, we're going to make one of those again. We're going to do it as a build with me, and we're going to do 3 versions of it. That'll be our first video. Bigger than mine? I got an acre. You got half an acre? Your entire yard isn't the size of my back lot. And my back lot's on a hill. And there's nothing in it. Like, I mean, a couple of trees you got to mow around in a fire pit, but you got a big ass swimming pool, a trampoline, a shed. You had a shed, and then you got a new shed that's even bigger. What's that flag in the back? It's the American flag, and that's Second Amendment kind of an American flag. Also, hi Paul. What'd you miss? Nothing really, Robert. Just making fun of what's the Second Amendment flag? It's a flag that has the Second Amendment written on it. Right to bear arms. You know, because America. I haven't seen a First Amendment flag. You're Italian? You live in Milan? Ah, okay. So, in America, our Second Amendment gives us the right to bear arms. So, it's kind of our most important amendment. Or right. It protects all of the other rights. Because our government sucks. The right to arm bears? I think that's covered under the second. Do you need a firearm license? Not really. I mean, some states require a concealed carry permit if you're going to carry a sidearm on you. But a lot of states have constitutional carry and they don't require a license. Now, when I go to a gun store, I do have to run a background check. Yeah, we are not. Pennsylvania is not constitutional carry. We still have a concealed carry permit. I don't know, random. I wasn't aware that triple sec could freeze. What's a background check? It's basically a government check to see if you're a felon, a criminal, if you've been committed to an insane asylum, if you've had any court tell you that you're not allowed to have firearms anymore. There's a privacy law in Europe. Yeah, VA does suck. Well, we've got privacy laws here too, but it's not like the gun store gets to see your history. They get a yes or no from the NCI or the Nixus database. And like if you've got a felony that prohibits you from having a firearm or any reason, and you're in the Nixus system, when they run your information, it'll kick back a no, and you don't get to buy a firearm that day. Or it'll kick back a yes, and you get to buy a firearm that day. You also don't get to buy firearms. Like, I can go up to the store right now. I mean, not now, they're closed now. But I can go up to the store right now and buy a new firearm and have it. Like, tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning when they open, I can be walking out of there by 10 with a new firearm. A lot of the, from what I understand, I mean, I'm pretty ignorant when it comes to foreign countries, but What I understand, a lot of the European countries are not okay with that. Go to jail? No. Why? Why would I go to jail for being a burglar? It's literally a store. You walk in, give them money, fill out the little paper, they get a yes or no, and you leave with the firearm. That's kind of how commerce works. Like, no matter what people tell you, you don't get to just... You have to do a background check. There is no place in this country that goes, meh, here you go. You can have this. Because you gave me an extra $20 or something. Hey, Yee Yee. With a name like that, I feel like that's Colby. I could be wrong, though. Will you go to jail? Why would I go to jail? I can have it for self-defense. I can have it because I'm a hunter. I can have it for... because I want to have one. Nah, you don't get the balls to infringe on the Second Amendment. In Europe, you go to jail? What, for having a firearm? That's because Europe sucks. Yeah, like, I don't have to have a reason for having one. Like, they sold them in magazines. That's where that one came from. It came from a magazine. I mean, that was years and years and years ago. It doesn't happen like that anymore, but you can buy them online. You still have to do a background check. It's got to get shipped to a firearms store or an FFL, which is a federally licensed firearm dealer. And then you go there and do your background check, leave with it. If you've already paid for it and it got shipped to there and you fail the background check, well, sorry about your luck. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Okay. I can agree with that to an extent. Without getting too deep into it, the number of people that will instantly revert back to being a criminal is way too high. It's not your night. Now, I can see there being some sort of a waiting period. I could see that. But I do, in general, agree with you. Once you've served your time, you should... your time should have been served. You should have all your rights restored. Within reason. If you went to jail for murder, well, then you probably shouldn't be able to buy a firearm. Because you've already proven that you can't handle yourself. If you went to jail for a crime where you used a firearm, you probably shouldn't have one. Already proved you can't control yourself with one. Ain't there a waiting period for pistols? Now, it depends on the state. California, yes. California, I think there's a waiting period to buy ammo. But here, no. Yeah, if you went to jail for tax evasion, you shouldn't lose your right to a firearm. If you went to jail for a firearm-related crime, or, you know, something like murder, etc., then, I mean, you've already proven you can't be held. I'm very pro-Second Amendment as well. Yeah, you can't do shit in Cali. The Second Amendment protects all of the other amendments, not just the first. All of them. Hell, I think New York has a waiting period as well. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Robert. I mean, use hot dogs for your carry pistol? Like, I can see where you're coming from, Yee Yee. I can. And I can get behind it. Right up to the point that you're proven to be a violent offender, then I think there should be some sort of rehabilitation afterwards or a time limit, because the number of repeat offenders is extremely high. All right. You know, even if it's something like 2 or 3 years after you get out, right? Yes, you've served your time, but you've also proven that you can't be responsible with a firearm or with your anger or whatever. But yes, if you went to prison for tax evasion or something stupid, I mean, no, you shouldn't lose your rights. That's my personal opinion. Your results may vary. If I see you on the side of the road with a sign saying guns are bad, I'm going to make fun of you. I'm going to make fun of you to your face. And I'm going to tell you that the only reason you can stand on that side of the road with that sign is because of guns. So, but let's keep firearm specifics. Let's keep it vague in chat, because YouTube does get really butthurt. Yeah, chicken fight. Oh, I agree, Random. A child predator should not even go to prison. Once you are convicted with proof, right? Undeniable proof. That should be it. You should be done. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Now, I'm not talking, you know, we know it happens where this person doesn't like that person, so they coach their kid into saying things, right? These things happen. It happens all the time, or not just in that aspect. But there should be, if there is undeniable proof that you are a predator, you should just be done. It's the bag itself. I mean, trout can smell pretty bad. It'll definitely spread through the freezer real quick. No, I don't have to forgive anybody. Happy birthday. If it's really your birthday. Cheers. Well, then I've done just as wrong as them in God's eyes. We'll sort that bridge out when we come to it. Cross that bridge when we come to it. Devoted Christian. That's awesome. I'm happy for you. I, on the other hand, am a firm believer in eye for an eye. Not turn the other cheek. I mean, Old Testament? Yeah. Let's look at I mean, I don't want to get into a big religious discussion here, but looking at Christianity itself, okay? Christianity in medieval times didn't fuck around. They did not mess around. That you got the Holy Wars, the Crusades, you got all kinds of crap going on. And now you have none of that. And every religion is being persecuted by every other religion. Right? Turning the other cheek is just the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. Why only follow 5? Well, because... Calm down, random. We're just having a discussion. Well, the 10 Commandments are just common sense. Right? You shouldn't want to go and plow your neighbor's wife. Right? You shouldn't go and murder someone. You shouldn't steal stuff from people. This is all common sense. This is civilization. There's nothing to do with religion. Right? It's just common sense. Yes, I do, Zion. Today we glued this up. We're going to be making a box out of it. And we've got a flag case sitting over here that we're going to be working on later on. A memorial flag case made out of black walnut. Maybe they're swinger. I mean, hey. I'm sorry, what is it? You shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife? Do I have a website? I have a Facebook page. I'm working on the website. Alright, random. I'm going to show that one. Yeah, I'm not interested in that, Zion. Appreciate the offer, though. I mean, yeah, it happens all the time. Look at the state of civilization right now. It happens all the time. There are kids right now being raised in no, see, that's not how that works. Common sense it. So what you're trying to say here is if I think it's bad to murder someone and someone else thinks it's good, then I should respect their... No, that's stupid. Like, there is a basic set of common decency laws that are common. Civilization didn't become civilization without a basic set of, or a basic knowledge of right and wrong. Right? The places that don't have that basic knowledge of right and wrong haven't developed. I mean... No. That's the dumbest thing. Show me one example. One example. That's all I'm asking. That's what I'm saying. The 10 Commandments are nothing but common sense. It has nothing to do with religion. It's common sense. It just happens to be. And in fact, I'm pretty sure... It's been a long time since I've gone through the more popular religions, but I'm pretty sure that all of them share the same level of common sense. Who said it's common sense? Well, apparently not you. Right? Common sense, the people who said it's common sense are the people who have created a society that's worth living in. I can see this is beating a dead horse. Just somebody wants to be argumentative for argumentative's sake. Yeah, we are rapidly moving towards idiocracy. I've said it the moment I seen that movie. Idiocracy is a documentary. Somebody invented time travel, created that movie, came back here to try to save us, and we just sped right towards it. Dumbing down the education system, dumbing down society as a whole, trying to convince each other that it's okay to break common sense. Hey, Turner, how you doing, buddy? How's the cheek, man? I didn't even look at his channel, obviously. But if you're saying that, I'm assuming he bought a bunch of subscribers. No, I don't join any church. I don't need to be in organized religion. I don't have anything against it. But I don't need to go to a building to celebrate my faith. And I sure as hell don't need to be in Scientology. But I appreciate the effort. Listen, alright, here's the bottom line. The Bible was written, any religious book, was written after the fact and modified many, many, many times through the years. So basing your entire life off of a book other than its common sense principles is, I don't want to say it's, I don't want to offend anybody because I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings for being religious. It's fine. Everybody needs their own thing. But if you're basing a book off of, this guy went to space and saw Earth from above, and that means he's a prophet or a messiah or something. I'm sorry. But, there's undeniable proof a man named Jesus died. Alright, we're not getting into it. We got a little further into a religious topic than I wanted to. 10 Commandments is common sense. Like it or not, it's common sense. There's a reason we have 17 different versions of the Bible. Okay? It's been edited. There's an entire group of people who decide what should and shouldn't be in that book. All right? It's not a history book. It doesn't matter if some of the events were factual or not. I mean, if there was one factual thing in Harry Potter, does that make the entire thing fact? Does it make the entire thing a religious experience? Like, we're crossing this line into going from a general discussion, which I'm all about, to trying to browbeat people with your religion, your religious beliefs, and I'm not about that. So, Hey Raja, how you doing, buddy? I don't need your help, Yee Yee. I appreciate it though. Thanks for looking out. Um, once I die, we'll take care of that when it happens. I'm not suffering. I'm doing pretty well. But I appreciate your effort and caring. Nah. All right, Yee Yee. So, here's the thing. We're gonna steer away from this topic now. Um, since we went from a general discussion to browbeating, um, we're gonna steer away from that, or we're gonna kick you out. Those are the two options. Okay. Oh look, Raw Impact. You know what, Raw? One of these days, I'm gonna go ahead and look up your IP, and I'm gonna just enjoy knowing that you're 4 years old, living in your mom's basement, haven't even seen grass. Support pickle. Trying to prove a point. There's no point that can be proven in religious discussions. Absolutely none. Religion and politics are the two most polarizing discussions that you can get into. Once they become no longer general discussions, they're no longer productive. This one? No, this one came from Pickle Fest down in Pittsburgh. Steph bought it for me. We'll pray for me. I appreciate that, Yee. I appreciate that. I can't argue with that. Right? It's got a little face on it and everything. Look at it. A little emotional support pickle. The little paper here, if you couldn't read it, says emotional pickle. Life isn't always bread and butter. So this pickle is here to help you deal with all that life throws your way. It's perfect. I also got this here pen. I'll turn this around so you can read it. It says, "You're kind of a big deal." It was pretty great. Hey Bear, how you doing, bud? Sorry that I missed you when you came in. Right? That pen is awesome. It's awesome. And I agree. I am kind of a big deal. But so for future reference, guys, I've got no problem doing a general discussion about things. But when we start targeting stuff, then it becomes an issue. General discussions, debates, they are important in life, but browbeating and targeting things, that's not useful at all. Box comes to mind. Oh, here? Oh shit! You're like a bad penny. Dildo. I'm gonna make a big ass ham version of this this beater mallet random, and I'm gonna go get my what the hell do you call it, the visa, whatever, to leave my passport. I'm gonna come up to Canada just to have it with. I don't know. Can you get onto a plane with a wooden hammer? It's got to be against the rules somewhere, right? If not, I'm sure it will be. What am I drinking? Water. Earth's flat. Oh, get fuck, Andrew. You have to check it? Fair. And declare it? No. Canada will probably make you pay tax on it. And they'll probably make me pay tax to leave with it. And then America will make me pay tax because Canada made me pay tax. All around, I'll be getting screwed. Aww. Gizzy, you're so adorable. Thank you for caring so much to hop in my chat just to say some stupid stuff. I appreciate that. Jesus drank wine. Ain't nothing wrong with drinking. Yep. How's that any different from life, right? Right, Steph? Yep. If they can tax it, they will. They'll figure out a way to make it a taxable thing. Crappy man! For a whole month. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you. Where am I from? Hang on, it's not a proper flag. America. Water into Busch Light and the other way around. Me too! That's what I'm drinking right now, right? Yep, Busch Light. Oh, 30 cents to you. Hell yeah! No, I'm from Pennsylvania. It's a state right next to Canada. I mean, we got some water in between us, but we're real close. That Steph's going to be the emotional support pin dealer. No. So here's the thing: we got a line that we don't cross. Okay, keep it below that line. All right, Pennsylvania. Yep, that's about it. Yes, but that's not a proper U.S. flag. That, by design, is an entirely different flag. That is a U.S. flag. Right there. This one just resembles one. This one is a proper U.S. flag. No, it's really not. I don't remember a single American flag in all of history having the Second Amendment written on it. It is similar, yes. Yes, I'll give you that. But it's not an official flag, nor has it ever been an official flag. And it's only printed on one side. A flag would be printed on both sides. Just resembles the flag. But, you go ahead and tell me how it's disrespectful from Europe? I believe that's where you said you're from? The wording would, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I get it. I understand. And I understand that there's some people that take the flag code very seriously. In Texas. I thought you were the one that said you were in Europe. Maybe it was the other guy. I can't remember now. Yep. There are some people who take it very seriously, and that's great. I will never fault somebody for respecting the American flag. I also have many family members that are actively serving or veterans of, retired from. Actually, I think every family member of mine that served has been in some conflict. I guess that by default makes them a veteran. Are you still a veteran if you haven't served in a conflict, but you just served in the military? Is that still technically a veteran? Or is that only if you served in a conflict? Or a declared war? I just didn't know if there was another name for it. I didn't know if the two were distinguished or different. I've never served. I had a medical condition that prevented me from serving, unfortunately. NBC Peacock. Oh, great. You're clean and ready to go? Hell yeah. Combat veteran. Oh, that's the difference. So one's just a veteran, and one would be a combat veteran. I guess you'd also have, like, what are the, you have to forgive me, I'm drawing a blank now. The different badges, the bars, the colors. You'd have different ones of those for what, every conflict you were in, like Desert Storm, etc. Isn't that that's how you get all of those, isn't it? Pontiac with a body kit? Yeah, because they wrecked so many Challengers. Every time they jumped the Challenger, it turned into a banana. Still does to this day. That probably even worse so. Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. They smashed so many Chargers. I'm sorry, Chargers. I keep mixing up my Challengers and Chargers. I apologize. I work for Chrysler and I still fuck them up. Bottoms up. Hey, Coffee, how you doing, buddy? Coffee. Look, I got my own pickle, bro. Look at it. Would you just look at it? Hey, Plywood, how you doing, bud? I mean, of course they put a horrible chassis in. Make that Dodge. Also, I don't know many vehicles that can jump the way they did in Dukes of Hazzard and not turn into a banana. What's going on here? Why is there water in my fridge? Oh, there's water running down my fridge. Well, I must have a bad seal going on that fridge there. Ah, nope. Yee, stop. There's that line. We're not going to cross it. Putting a tree on it. Small pickle. Hey, bigger than your pickle. Yes, I get it. But, use more descriptive terms. Not... Listen. Don't put anything up that has potential to jeopardize my channel. Alright? That's the line. If it's gonna If it has potential to jeopardize my channel, we're going to get rid of it. And or you. Okay. Hi, Josh. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. No, I don't know about that. Is the dull guy? That's entirely possible. It's entirely possible, random. A duster with a 572? Damn. Done YouTube for 4 years, huh? So, if chat can't hurt you, if what you guys say in chat can't hurt me as a creator, then what is really the point of having the ability to be a moderator or appoint moderators? Like, if nothing you say can harm me, moderators can't stop me from doing anything. They can only stop you. I mean, I don't know. 900 horsepower naturally aspirated. Hot dog. Modest stop spam. Well, all right, Yee. So, my mods are here to stop anything that is potentially damaging to my channel. And until I'm affirmed otherwise by YouTube, I'm going to assume that chat can damage my channel. Yep. Now, I'm not going to believe some random person on the internet. He's already had one, Bear. Yeah. You're working on that absinthe? You mean that bottle that you were supposed to send across the lake to me? Or is this the bottle that you're sending to me? Oh, shit. I never send out the second round of stuff. Fuck, I gotta get that stuff sent out. I got shipping labels on them. The packages are sealed. They're ready to go. They're just sitting there. I meant to do it. I think I meant to do it last 2 weeks ago. I'm sorry, guys. Terrible. Terrible. Although with the heat, I don't know. Maybe we should. I'm gonna make random wait until winter to get his, so that way the board butter doesn't turn to liquid and run all through it. I'll send a message in a bottle. Empty the bottle of absinthe and put in a note that says, sorry, it was too good. Here's your bottle. I know, I still need to add you to the account. All right, yeah, it's been fun, buddy. Appreciate it. I enjoyed the chat. For the most part. Could have sent it weeks ago. Listen, this is just through the post office. It doesn't even have to, it's got nothing to do with my account. I just need to go up there and drop it off. Because the last ones I put in the blue bin down here, and I'm pretty sure they're still in the blue bin. Because the tracking numbers on them haven't done anything. Give me a like, I guess. Well, thank you. That's awesome, Copy. I'm glad I'm not the only one that's really slow on this. Little too sissy for you. Alright. Have a good one, Yee. Thanks for coming. Thanks for boosting the algorithm a bit. Appreciate it. Maybe he needs to take them tomorrow when he gets lunch. Also, I'm not sure there's a God that can get me out of my corner office in hell. I'm going to be a manager when I get there. Come on, random. You know what word in there caused you to get hidden or caused the message to get held. Yes, Steph. Exactly. Oh, there was a thing I saw earlier today. What was it? Some people are like cactuses. They're just pricks. Steph and Bex, I sent it in their group chat. It was the one with the British guy talking. Everything was like a good one-liner. There were some that I was like, yeah, I'm going to remember that. That's going to be useful tonight. At some point, it's going to be useful, and I forgot. Francois was here. No! I'm so sorry, Francois. Hey, Jerome, how you doing, buddy? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Robert. Yeah. I follow him on my personal account. Or I follow him on Instagram. One or the other. Yeah, GFC works for everything. Great Fathers Club. What? GFSF. Is that the other hat? GSFF? SF? Yeah, Steph named her one of her elephants Francois. He needs that? Yeah, apparently. GFC, the groundhog? No, there's a guy that GFC is his kind of his slogan. Um, he uses GFC for everything. It's on all of his merch, his hats, his shirts, everything. I sent him an email one time offering to make him a GFC sign, and he never responded to me. Yeah, yep, that's one of them. Yeah, if you search for GFC, he'll pop up. The groundhog screaming on the bridge. I don't know that. What is that one? Oh, the groundhog is just screaming. The groundhog. Or is this a different groundhog? Am I missing a groundhog? I don't generally miss them when I shoot at them. But... Hey, Mainly, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in, man. I appreciate it. We did this. We changed blades in the planer because taking a 32nd of a cut was beating the hell out of that thing. And we took the flag case out of clamps. And that's in glue up now. That's 2 boards there that we milled. We're going to make a box. And I don't know if you can see. Actually, that's not a half bad shot of that purple poplar there. This is going to be the bottom or the top with this purple poplar right here. We're going to take it mostly from this side, and a little bit will be from this side. I don't want to waste that purple. Now we're going to break this down into like 12-ish inch sections, build the box out of that. with the purple poplar for the top and the bottom. Yeah, yeah, Robert. I mean, it doesn't take long, but it is something that I don't do near as often as I should. Um, like the blades that were in that thing they're dull. They're like butter knife dull. No wonder it was beating the hell out of that thing trying to plane it. And after running the new blades, the finish is back to the like 220. Like you can run through with a brand new set of blades, and aside from the planer marks you'll get on it, you can probably get away with not sanding until you hit a knot and put a nick in the blade. Then you got to move a blade over so you get rid of that nick. But you always got something cool going on in that shop. Thanks, mainly. I appreciate that. Play with wood and sniff sawdust. So I said this at the beginning, but what we're going to be doing here in the very near future is we're going to all but stop doing little projects and cutting boards and stuff. I'm no longer going to build up massive amounts of orders for them. We're going to transition into furniture. I know those of you that were here earlier already heard this, but I have come to realize that I want to do furniture, right? That's what I've always wanted to build, is furniture. But the pieces of furniture that I sell or that people ask of me to make, few and far between. I am basically a cutting board builder. And cutting boards are boring. Sure, they pay the bills, right? Like, I mean, they put money in the bank account. But, and I'll still make a few. But I'm going to transition out. You can't be known for building furniture without building furniture. Right? Makes sense. Milwaukee or DeWalt, I've got both. They're the same. Just different batteries. I mean, I use mostly DeWalt, but I got Milwaukee. I mean, I got a lot of DeWalt. Routers, fans, my table saw, my planer. They're all the same, but it's just whichever one you want to buy at the time. What has the options that you want and that you can afford? That's it. Ryobi, Milwaukee, Porter Cable, Wen, it doesn't matter. They're all the same. Some have better options and better adjustments than others. That's it. Clamps are also boring. Hey, Steph. It's got to be like it. That's got to put you right to sleep right there, huh? Just looking at all these clamps. Is there a universal battery for all power tools? Not to my knowledge. You can get adapters for them, but like I can get an adapter to Milwaukee or vice versa, but why would I want to? Steps asleep. She saw the clamps and immediately just conked out. Make his own coffin. You have to think about it for a decade. Just plug a car battery in. Yep, there you go. I'm laying cherry trim on my coffin lid. Right. You know, if I ever build a coffin, it's 100% going to be made out of cherry. The entire thing. And then I'm going to set it right out here in the driveway in the sun to darken. So every day that it's not raining and sunny, there'll be a coffin sitting out in the driveway. I agree. I agree. If companies used the same battery platform, it would be much nicer. Um, but here's the thing: I want to be cremated, so I don't need a coffin. I don't even want to be put into a box. I just kind of want to be scattered out. But some place that I found important to me at some point in time in my life. A bowl? Yeah. Yeah. Throw me in a bowl. Fuck it. Throw me in a bowl, put it up, put it on the mantle. Don't turn any fans on. Sucked into the dust collector. Right? I made that decision a long time ago that I didn't want to be buried. I want to be cremated. And best type of wood to build a shed with? I don't know, probably pine. Could be planted and turned into a tree. You could also be turned into a diamond. Run away from home like a cat. So that's the other thing, Kizzy. I watched so many of my grandparents. I know this is kind of a morbid topic, and I'm sorry. I've watched so many of my grandparents and stuff, great grandparents, things like that. Want to be like they hung on for so long. Like, I don't want somebody to have to change my diaper, feed me, bathe me. Like, I don't want all that. Have I tried bush apple? Yep, I got some in the fridge over there. Ideally, I'd like to go out while I can remember who I am. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be morbid or anything, but my great-grandfather, he suffered from Alzheimer's. And I don't wish that on anybody. That and it sucked as a family member. Like, I can't imagine what went through his head. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want that. Can't remember anything. Sometimes you can. Like, moments of clarity. And then the next minute you're just gone. Like, that's rough. That's rough as being there. It's got to suck. Being that person. We talked about this. The viewership plummeted. Sorry, guys. This is, just because you don't like talking about it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Right? Like, these are all very real things that happen. And I'm sure most everybody has some sort of experience. They're sitting there going, I don't want that to happen to me. Whatever it is. Your Aunt Sherry had that? Yeah. Like, I don't know. I just couldn't imagine. Every day you wake up. Who are these people and why are they here? You know what I mean? Like, or knowing that somewhere in there you should know who this person is and you just can't figure it out. Like, it'd be one thing if it was just poof, gone. I don't know what the hell's going on. Fuck it. And then the other thing, going, I should know who you are. I should. Like you're familiar, but I can't figure out who you are, and it's your wife of 60 years or your kid. You know, it's got to be rough. Like I don't want to do that. Anyway, I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. Took it fucking morbid turn there. But on the bright side, you know, while I can still, I mean, I might forget everything else, but at least I know how to play with wood. I'm going to transition. I'm going to do a rapid transition into building heirloom furniture. I'm going to fulfill all my orders that I have now, and I'm pretty much going to just stop accepting orders for anything that is not worthwhile, I guess. I initially thought that, hey, cutting boards, like, you're not just going to walk up to somebody and go, hey, can you make me a $10,000 dining table? You're going to want to kind of build up to it, right? Pardon me. But I can tell you the number of times that I've sold a cutting board and that person has come back for something a little more advanced has been like 1%. All right? It's not a sustainable business. And it's not what I want to do. Cutting boards are boring. You can't learn, I've said this before many, many times, you can't learn unless you do, right? I can make 1,000 cutting boards and never learn one new technique. Never perfect one new thing. And that bassinet that I built kind of drove that home for me. There was a lot of things that I did in that I had to fix, repair, switch gears, try to remember, you know, the techniques, figure out new techniques. There was a lot. It didn't look like a lot, right? But there was a lot that went into that. And all I've been building most recently is a fuck ton of cutting boards and stupid little things. There's a 14-year-old kid up the road that makes cutting boards. I don't need to make that. Let him have them. A 5K bed frame for a good meal? Better be bringing me lunch every day for the rest of my life. A nice king-size bed frame. Right? So, what we're going to do is I'm still going to build the stupid projects for YouTube videos, right? I'm still going to do that. Besides that, you kind of need a break every now and then. So, you know, you go from something that taxes your brain to something that you can kind of rest. And then you go to something that taxes your brain again, right? Pushes you to your limit, helps you develop new stuff. Then you can take a break, do something, you know, where you can kind of shut down and just do it. But our live stream builds, once we're going to build out the shop, and then we're going to have our live stream builds are probably 90% of them are going to be one-off pieces of furniture. And we're going to see what happens. I'll either, and I'm not building them for orders at this point in time. I'm going to build them for the experience. I'm either going to use them, give them away, donate them, or sell them, right? It may not be a sustainable business model. Like, the business itself on that aspect of it may flounder. But I'm in a position where the business doesn't pay my mortgage. So why not? Why not push towards what I actually want to do? Right? I can donate the bed frame. Thrive on those complex projects, right? Like I really enjoyed building the basket. I didn't always enjoy it in the moment, but I enjoyed going, well shit, that doesn't work. Now I got to figure out how to make that work or make something that will work. Right? And then seeing it all of it coming together. That was more rewarding to me than here's my 700th cutting board. A couple of strips of wood glued together and sanded, some oil put on it. Right? Like I said, I'll still do stuff like that, but it's going to be much, much less. And like right now, probably a solid 90% of my business is cutting boards, signs, and laser work. None of which are what I want to build. Right? But nobody knows I make furniture because I don't make furniture. Right? You can't be a furniture maker if you're not making furniture. So we're going to make some fucking furniture. That is what we're going to do, and you guys are going to come along for the journey. So we're going to speed run building the shop out, getting it set up and ready to go. And, like, obviously, we'll build stupid stuff. I mean, obviously. But I'm no longer going to batch out 60 cutting boards just because. Yeah, they pay great. I mean, I charge $75 for one of my cutting boards. They pay really well. But it's mindless. How have I been? I've been good, Don. How have you been? I'll be right back. Just 1 minute. Like, all right, so I'll tell you guys a little secret. Vinny, what the fuck kind of stupidity? I'll tell you guys a little secret. All right, so I talk about this grandfather clock that I'm going to be building, right? I'm building that at cost because people don't know that I can build this stuff. They are paying me for the material. I am donating everything else. There will be zero profit gained out of that. When I was talking to that person who wants the clock, they didn't know I made anything other than cutting boards and signs. They thought that was my woodworking business, was cutting boards and signs. Now, when we made that agreement, it was really before I made anything, right? And I'm really glad that it's taking a long time because they want everything to be perfect and they want a custom made clock mechanism. Um, and they're putting real energy into it. It gives me a lot of confidence that they actually believe that I can provide it, right? Um, Either that or I was a damn good salesman, or they said, we're saving a ton of money on labor. Why not go for a better product? If he fails, he fails. We can go to somebody else. If he does really good, we got a super cheap clock. The number of people who have seen the bassinet and said, I didn't know you could make stuff like that, was eye-opening for me. That just, I don't know. That's kind of what kick-started the whole thing. Building the bassinet, people texting me, emailing me, telling me to my face, I didn't know you could do something like that. I didn't know you were that kind of woodworker. That was a big shock. Hey LJ, last breath. Another marathon knot? No, we'll be hopping off here shortly. We glued this up. This is going to be a memory box, part of it. We got purple poplar top. It's going to be cut down, obviously. And we got another piece for the bottom. Unless I can get both pieces out of this, we'll see. Actually, you know what? Let's see. Is it even big enough? Oh shit, it is big enough. We might get both pieces out of that. Custom countertops, bed, work desk, list goes on. Yeah. I am 100% sure. How you guys doing tonight? I'm going to have one more, and then we're going to call her a night. Been lurking while while you're working? Sweet. What are you working on? Listen, Steph, I don't have a problem. Well, first of all, you feed me, so, Also, I don't have a problem making stuff for people on occasion when it's going to benefit me in the long run. Like, I don't want to seem like a dick, but, like, all right, Coffee, have a good night, bud. Thanks for hanging out, shooting the breeze. I appreciate it, man. Like, if I make Turner something, right? And then he doesn't tell anybody about it ever. Well, that was a waste. Okay, that didn't benefit me at all. But if I make him something and he tells people about it, and those people then start thinking, maybe I need to contact this guy to make me stuff, that benefits me. So if I made him, I made him a cutting board and a sign, right? And he bragged about it on his videos for a long time. Still does. If you ask him about it, I'm sure he'll brag about them. But it got me more sales from that stuff. That was a benefit, right? Does that make sense? Thanks, MD. Build an arbor for daughter's wedding ceremony. Oh, nice. Oh, are you the one that was telling me about building a steam cabinet or whatever you want to call it? I made him something that I made him that sign, and I kind of want him to send it back so I can get rid of the logo that's on it and redo the logo, but I'd rather just send him a new one. Because it's not very bold. Like, it doesn't look really good on camera. It looks really good here, but now that I see it on camera. That's why you sell cutting boards to realtors? Yes. Yes, getting in with realtors, that's a great thing to do. But I can tell you that it hasn't been as easy as, the internet makes it sound. Or maybe the realtors that I talk to are just hard asses. I've actually got a job I've got to do for realtors here. Like, I really should, it should have been done by now. In fact, the fact that it's taken me so long probably cost me any future business. But I know that person follows my Facebook page, and I posted the bassinet on my Facebook page. So I'm kind of hoping they give me a little leeway. Or at least see that I can do something other than stupid laser work. Maybe branch out a little bit. But a realtor's not going to buy a dining table. A realtor's not going to buy a coffee table for a client, right? They're just not going to. The odds of them spending that kind of money is going to be slim to none. But buying a $75 cutting board, yeah, they can swing that. Bending some ash for the side panels? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I can't wait to see it. Are you doing a video on it? Or have you been doing it on Livestream and I just haven't been getting the notifications? Also, there may be a business name change coming. Yes, I mean that is true, LJ. That is very true. But if I'm being honest, I have spent the last. I've been making cutting boards for probably 3 years. The same cutting boards that I make now. With the idea that maybe it will lead to more. And it almost never has. There's about a 1% turnover rate. Now, that's probably my fault. I want my product to be cheap enough that anybody can afford it. Okay? Which is why my cutting boards are $75 a piece. And if I have to ship it, it costs $25 flat rate to ship it in the lower 48. Right? Now, that might be my fault as to why those didn't convert into more. Right? But I also don't subscribe to the idea that, well, if you sell a bunch at 75 and they don't convert, then you should be able to sell half as much at 150 and get them to convert twice as fast. No, Matt, I'm not doing that. Yeah, that's just blue painter's tape on the calls here. It stops the glue from sticking to the wood. But I have spent, in the last year year and a half that I've been an actual business, my conversion rate has been next to zero. In fact, usually the only time people contact me are when they want a cutting board or when they want some stupid laser design. Almost never do I get contacted for a coffee table, an end table, anything like that. Almost never. And the times that I do, there's so much back and forth that it's almost not worth it. Like I'm putting so much effort into my Dungeons and Dragons table, the tabletop gaming table that I'm working with a group on. There is so much effort being put into it. It already doesn't justify the cost. Do I use dowels, dominoes, or anything between boards when making a panel? Sometimes. This is 2 boards. No. Don't need to do it. If what I am building is going to be subject to a lot of stress, like if I'm building something like a serving platter, okay, and it's going to be thin like this. This is just over 3/4 of an inch thick right now. If it's going to be thin like that, I'll put dowels in it. I do not use dominoes because I can't justify spending $1,200 on a tool. Biscuits do not add strength. They are there for alignment purposes only. I mean, they do add a small amount of strength, but the strength is negligible. And a biscuit cutter faced with a biscuit that's a little too thin offers no alignment at all. You still get, your boards will no longer be straight. They'll do this or this because there's wiggle room between that biscuit and the slot that it cut, right? If the biscuit can move, the boards attached to it can move. I'll use dowels when necessary. Quite often, like I made a boatload of those stove covers. I made a ton of those, and I didn't even use dowels on those. I just used pocket hole screws from the bottom, right? I glued everything up knowing that it was going to be structurally fine because I had side runners on it, right, with handles. Structurally, it'd be fine. They're all tied into the side handles. But just for peace of mind, I put pocket hole screws in each joint and plugged them from the bottom. But that's really a waste of effort. Do I use a Craig jig? I do. Or right now I have a Craig jig, but there's a boatload of pocket hole jigs out there. You don't have to use the blue one. Taking commission for 50 Christmas ornaments, and I haven't touched my scroll saw since. Right? So I have been very fortunate in that I've gotten my name out there enough that people will contact me for, silly little laser work or cutting boards, silly little projects, right? I've been very fortunate, and I'm forever thankful for that. But that seems to have plateaued. And yes, it pays for the shop. It keeps the shop running, allows me to buy more tools and stock, like things like that. But it's not sustainable. I'd really like to convert to doing this full time, 100%, not having a day job. And making cutting boards is not going to do it. Dominoes are highly overrated. Yes, I agree. The only thing they have going for you is speed. It's basically a biscuit, but it makes a floating tenon instead. It's just a drill bit, sticks out, wiggles around. There you go. Now you got a slot to put a tenon in. It's essentially a biscuit, just bigger, thicker anyway. I can do the same thing with my beadlock jig over there. It takes me more time. It's not $1,200 worth of time savings. If I was doing something that justified having them and would save me enough time to justify paying for the tool, sure, I'd probably get one. But I don't think it's worthwhile. Hey, Julie, how you doing? Hey, Oak Ridge, how you doing, buddy? What's your opinion on running all thread through your boards with washer and nut on both ends? Could it cause buckling or cupping long term? You're gonna run into issues with that because wood expands. You can't stop it. Wood will expand and contract. Okay, so wood will expand and this is face grain, right? Wood will expand and contract this way. Not so much this way. It will a little bit, but not a lot. And not so much this way. Very little. But this way, it will expand and contract a lot. So if you've got something like this and you try to lock it in place, it's going to expand the same as it would any other time. You've now just created a spot where it's going to crack. If it contracts, now your all thread is worthless. Because now it's just sitting in there loose. But will it cause cupping or bowing? Probably not. If your hole is the same diameter as the rod, the only time it would want to cup is when it expands, and it can't, so it's going to do this, right? It's locked in on the sides. It can't get any wider. So the wood is still going to expand, so it may do this, in which case it's going to split across the grain where your rod goes, and it's going to turn in from one piece to two pieces. That would be the only issue I could see in it. I out of time for 4 days. Oh, nuts. Hope you're doing good. I am doing good, Julie. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. I stick with biscuits or dowels. Dowels have served me very well, and have to admit they're only there for lining up and gluing. Yep. Like you guys seen me use the beadlock on the bassinet, right? Those were there for strength. They were made out of oak. They were long grain. They aren't going to shear. They give me more surface area for gluing. And my wood was going different directions, right? So if it was just glue, it probably would hold up. But at some point, the glue joint is going to break. And end grain, like on the uprights, where at the bottom where I put that black walnut piece, that was all end grain to end grain. Or end grain to face grain, or edge grain. End grain on the uprights, edge grain on the black walnut, edge grain on the foot. So the beadlock bars that were in there, those were there for structure. Because they would be stronger than that glue joint over time. But a dowel, like, I got a bag full of dowels here. These are made out of poplar. They're not very strong. And these ones are only 1/4 inch. They'll work great for lining up stuff. And they'll probably offer a little bit of structure, of stability, because they're 1.5 inches long. But really, that glue joint right there is going to be plenty strong without these in it. Right? If that makes sense. And then biscuits, they offer zero strength. Yes, 100%. 100%. If you are mounting, if you are changing the grain, right? So you've got a tabletop. It's flat grain like this, we'll say. And you are going to put something underneath it. Now the grain is going to grow differently. Or even if you're putting that onto a frame, right? You're mounting that down onto a frame. You want to be able to allow the stuff to move. It doesn't have to move a lot, right? But it's got to be able to move a little bit. In fact, they make special fasteners, like figure 8 fasteners that you can get, and Z-shaped fasteners that you can get for mounting tabletops to anything. But you will never, ever stop wood from moving. Like you can, back in the day before they came up with the wedge system for splitting rocks, they would drive a piece of wood into a hole, soak it with water. That wood would swell and break the rock. Okay, you're not going to stop the wood from moving. No matter what you do, it will not stop. I'm talking about both ends. Like, so if you're going to put a breadboard end on it, the bigger your tabletop, the more your odds are that that glue joint on that breadboard end is going to fail. Or a glue joint in your tabletop is going to fail, or the wood itself is going to fail. But if you're talking like, I've got, this is my tabletop, right? This is long grain. It goes this way. That's my tabletop. This is my apron. The grain also goes this way. Okay? You bolt these together. Alright. This is going to expand this way. Okay? Across the grain. This is going to expand up and down. Very little expansion end to end, and very little expansion width-wise. Most of your expansion is going to be vertical at this point. You will still get some expansion in the other ways. But this way, you could safely anchor those two together, and you'd be fine. But when you get to the end, and now you're going this way, this piece is going to grow wider. This piece is not going to grow longer. You are 100% going to split this piece or this piece. One of them will break. Oh yeah, I can show you on my bar top in the house. The very first slab that I've ever created was butterflied slab. I glued it together. I can show you on that right now where it is split and where cracks have opened up. Cracks in the grain because it's got figured grain. A split between the two halves. Right? That glue joint failed. Not the glue joint itself, but right next to it. Failed in some spots and allowed it to open. And that was because I didn't seal all the way around. The bottom is unsealed. Okay. That allows more moisture to escape and enter and cause all sorts of problems. In the future, or now, I know that's a thing. I've seen it happen. Now you have to accommodate for it. That and the top is this way, right? The grain is flat. Well, that's kind of crazy, but it'll expand and contract this way. Everything else is face grain. So the base expands differently than the top does. The framing expands differently than the top does. And that was anchored directly to the top. The base is just screwed right to the top. Or, yeah, screwed right to the top. There is no Z-clips, there's no slot, no nothing. That is what allowed that to crack like that. It is still beautiful, but if I would have built that for somebody and they sent me a picture now of the way it looks, I'd be devastated. They would never buy anything off me again. And B, that would ruin my reputation as a woodworker. As a furniture maker, at the very least. But that was one of the first projects that I built that was a slab project. Yep. And I built it for myself out of lumber that I cut, had dried. Like, that's the best way to get a learning experience is to do. Do not just mount shit to a tabletop. Absolutely not. Now, that size, that how much wood will move, is entirely dependent on how big the piece is. The bigger it is, the more it will move. Yep. That's exactly how I was too, LJ. That was it. I had no idea. I thought people were just putting extra work into stuff. You know, I didn't want the top to move around. That's silly. Why would you want the top to slide around? And I didn't realize that it's not actually you're not going to grab the top and wiggle it around. That's not what you're doing. It's still tight. You're just allowing the wood to move, which it can't do because I anchored it just right to it. Now, I could fix it. I can strip it all down. I can rip the glue joint. I can't fix the cracks in the grain, right? Because they go in the grain. But I can strip all of the finish off of it. Take the top off. Rip the glue joint. Wait for the cracks to expand back closed. Pardon me. Which they might actually be closed now. Although the humidity in my house is really low. But I could allow them cracks to close up, re-glue it, put dowel pins in there again so that it holds it a little better. But all that's going to do is now it can't move here, right? It can't move there, but there's nothing stopping it from moving here. It's just going to follow the grain, the path of least resistance. That's how wood will crack. And I could seal the entire thing, which should have been done in the first place, but I didn't know that because I was a novice. And I could make it way better than it looks now. But every time I look at that, it makes me remember, like, there are rules for things for a reason. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I could put CA glue or epoxy or something in it. But I mean, it looks really good now. Unless you get close to it and you're looking at it when the cracks are fully opened up and dried out, then you can notice it. But when the humidity kind of equalizes out and the cracks kind of swell closed, the only thing that tells you there's a crack there is the polyurethane top on it isn't, it looks different. It's kind of whitish in that crack. Appreciate hearing the honesty. Yep. I'll never lie to people about woodworking. I'll tell everybody my struggles. I'll show you my mistakes on camera. You don't do anything beneficial to humanity by pretending you're perfect at everything. Yes, and they don't have to be a lot. You don't have to make it a whole lot. It just has to be a little bigger than the shank of the screw. Just enough to allow it to move a couple of millimeters. That's all you really need. It's not like it's going to move 6 inches, right? I mean, unless you got a giant top, then it might move 6 inches. There's a formula for how far wood will move in different directions. And it grows exponentially. The wider it is, the more it'll move. But it's not, this little section's not going to move 6 inches. This whole thing might move 6 inches, but each one of these little pieces are just moving a fraction of that. An 1/8 inch per foot across the grain. There you go. Oh, that's awesome, Robert. That is awesome. Random. So I've got this piece of black walnut here, and behind it is a piece of white oak. In the time that it's been sitting in this shop, it has dried out significantly and cracked. Both the black walnut and the white oak have both cracked in places they were not cracked when I initially bought them. So that means that I'm going to have to do either A, they weren't fully dried out, or B, they were dried out to equilibrium for whatever humidity was at that point in time, and now out here it must be less humid, or moisture has allowed to evaporate. Whatever. It's also been 100 degrees out in the shop for weeks now, right? Yeah, red oak, white oak. They have more open pores. They will move a lot. It's like a billion dehydrated straws. Once they get a little moisture into them, they swell up. I know somebody's going to make a wiener joke. A drill press, a lathe, and a big belt sander. Hell yeah, Robert. That sounds awesome. So you said it's what? An average of 1/8 of an inch per foot across the grain. Yep. Ever worked with juniper? I have not. Not to my knowledge, anyway. I've worked with a lot of just random pieces of wood, and never knew what kind of woods they were. But since I've learned to identify wood, to my knowledge, I haven't worked with any juniper. Like this stuff right here, I can tell you right now that these boards, or hell, the bassinet. That bassinet spent a ton of time out here milled with fresh faces, with no finish on it, no sealing, no nothing. Every piece of that bassinet was warped in some fashion. Twisted, bent. I forced most of it back into shape, or got rid of the curl, the bend, whatever it was that was in there. At least made it less noticeable. But those end plates, they were warped this way, right? If they were sitting up vertical, they were bent this way. Now, they sat here with a ton of humidity before they got sealed. And they sat together, so opposite sides had air flowing to them. The two pieces in the middle did not, so they curled, which happened to be the inside. No, for a long time they sat over there still double-sided taped together. Learn to identify wood. Yeah, I failed on the stickering really badly. for a long time. Now, a lot of it got sanded out, taken care of. Like I got lucky they didn't turn into bananas. But they did bow significantly. Like when I had both of them together, the double-sided tape down the middle wasn't holding them together anymore. They sprung like that. It was that's a very dramatic. They didn't move that much. They moved, a little bit. But the tape on the sides was still holding them together. The tape in the middle wasn't touching anything. It was on one or the other. But you could squeeze them and spring them. That was my failure. All wood, even this stuff sitting up here on the shelf, all of that, every piece of that should be stickered. Everything. All that sitting over there, all this up here, that should all be stickered. Now, I don't generally worry about it because the outside of the wood is going to absorb and release moisture a lot quicker than the core of the wood until you mill it. And then you have a new fresh face, a new outside. That's when you'll get the wood movement a lot more, anyway. Pool time and delivering lunch. All right, Steph, have a good night. Once I finish this, I'm calling her a night, too. I got to go get something to eat. We'll get thinner and narrower. Yep. It'll shorten a minuscule amount. It's not really worth mentioning, but it does happen. It'll grow in every direction, but length and width are the two least amounts. Across the grain is the most. That's where you run into issues. Sticks, yeah. You got to put spacers in between them. Even if it's just something like this. You got a board down here, and you don't want to put a board directly on top of it. You want to leave a little bit of space. That way air can flow through, right? So you sticker it this way, you got your board laying across. You put a sticker every foot or so. That way air can kind of circulate around it. Especially after you mill it. Especially after you mill it. You gotta let your wood breathe. Alright, Random. Have a good night, buddy. I hope you feel better, man. Yeah, we call it stickering. I don't know why we call it stickering, but I guess because you're putting sticks in there. I don't know. But for some reason, we call it stickering. Yes, something without tannins and not bare steel. Like these orange clamps here, this bare steel and this black steel on the Harbor Freight clamps will leave stains. So you don't want to use a piece of metal in there. Now, what you can do is you can sticker wood and wrap a ratchet strap around it, and it helps counteract that wood trying to move. It helps try to keep it. You're not going to stop it, but you can at least try to persuade it to not twist. Instead of just curling up all crazy, maybe it'll only curl a little bit. But maybe mapling. But you've got to have a good stack of wood. You're not going to do it with just one board, right? You've got to have a good stack of wood in there. So they'll do that. My kiln drying guy, he'll do that with these heavy duty ratchet straps. They're like 4 inches wide. He'll wrap the entire bundle that he's putting into the kiln. He'll wrap it every couple of feet with this strap, right? And he'll crank it down, and then as it's drying, he'll go in and he'll crank them tight again, so that way it keeps the wood relatively flat. And he does really well. I've never gotten anything from him that was, super twisted. But he has said that if you go overboard with it, the wood will break the strap or pop it, so it's not tight anymore. Because you're not going to stop it. It's going to do whatever it wants. Yeah, putting some weight on it, anything to try to counteract that just natural wanting to curl kind of movement. Yep, LJ, that's something that I try to strive for. I try to leave open air around it. Sometimes I forget. In fact, now that I'm thinking about it, we should probably have these pieces of purple poplar not sitting flat and stacked together on the table side. Now air can get around them, and it'll be fine. This has been a very fun chat. I've enjoyed this. Hey Tommy, how you doing, buddy? And I know a lot of us are woodworkers. We all know this. Some of us have learned it the hard way, the expensive way, But it doesn't hurt for someone to share their experience and go, yep, fucking wood really does move. It doesn't matter if you screw it down to something. It's going to do what it wants to do. Now, one thing that concerns me about that bassinet is that wood on there was going 3 different directions. Right? 2 different directions. The rails were going, the long grain was end to end. The stiles, the long grain was top to bottom. And the panels, the grain went left to right. So end to end. So, I tried to make sure those panels had room to move. Now, they're very small panels, so they're not going to move a lot. But I tried to make sure they had room to move. And the rails on the top, they're going to move up and down. Well, they can't move down, so they're going to move up. Right? And the stiles on the sides, the maple, they're going to move left to right. Well, the panels can move. They're moving up and down. So left to right, there's a little bit of room. Those 3-inch wide stiles should be able to move that 32nd of an inch or whatever they're going to move and not break any glue joints. Bassinet looks great. Thank you, Tommy. I appreciate that. I've actually submitted a picture of the bassinet and a little story to a couple of different woodworking magazines. I found out, though, when I submitted one to, I believe it was Woodsmith, they had a contest going on where you could vote on, who had the best piece of woodwork, and the winner would get something like a $5,000 shopping spree or something, and a feature in an upcoming magazine. And I was too late to join that, and it made me a little sad. I'm gonna have to start paying attention to that stuff, because I bet I could have won that one. I really do. I think I could have won that one if enough people voted for it. But You haven't made that mistake? Well, hopefully you don't have to, Matthew. Hopefully you learn from our mistakes. Also, you haven't made that mistake yet. Hi, Crazy815. How you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Your lathe only has 20-inch capacity. Robert, could you do something like either some sort of a scarf joint or maybe one of those double-ended bolt screw things? You just screw it together? Or, a scarf joint where you slot the bottom and you have the top is the matching joint and you glue that together? What's up, Krabby Man? The ceiling's spinning. Uh-oh. He must have you on some good stuff. You're going to look funny now. It's going to be terrible. I'm not going to know who you are. So, Krabby Man, how was it, like gumball sized or like golf ball sized, or do you know how big it was? Hey Chevy, I'm doing good, buddy. How are you? You can send me a picture? Oh Lord. Alright, go ahead and send it. Yeah, screw together like a pull stick cue. Yeah. Would that have enough strength to use as a cane walking stick? I mean, I assume you could get, longer threaded rod, essentially. Screw it together over a greater area. You should have greater strength. Email? Awesome. Is it something you want me to show on? No, so I probably shouldn't show it on here. I guess it all depends, like, how much weight would somebody be putting on it? How much would it be wanting to, do this? Right? If it's doing this a lot, that probably wouldn't be good. But if somebody's just pushing down on it, vertically, then that you would think it would be strong enough. It's the bending that I would be concerned with. It wasn't lipoma? What was it? Oh, man. I thought you said didn't they try to... I know this is gross to people, but Crappy Man had a thing on his cheek, and he went and had it removed today. So, I thought you said they tried to drain it once, so was it just hard, I guess? That's them, not me, right? Fuck them. I mean, maybe it wasn't drainable, I guess. Obviously, if they tried and it didn't do anything. You could have got like a bajillion views if they would have videoed it being drained, though. There's some weird people out there that like to watch that stuff. Oh, it drained in your mouth? Oh, God. America! Hey, American man, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. The nurse bought lures after? I mean, fucking worth it. Worth it. Zyro! Are you going to be going live tomorrow, Turner? And, more importantly, is this your day off this week? Or are you going live on Thursday? If you're going live on Thursday, then I won't. I'll let you have it. Got that beautiful flag? Hell yeah. Thank you, American man. Appreciate that. Assumed your face is swollen like hell? Oh, I bet it is. Oh, that's crappy, man. He had a thing in his cheek. It was a pretty big thing. I guess it had been growing over the years. He went and had it removed today. A Nerf football. Lordy. Woodshop, yes sir. We're making a memory box out of that. All this material here. This is cherry, purple poplar. We've got a memorial flag case made out of black walnut back here. We have to finish, and we have to make a lid for. The doctor was impressed. Hell yeah, I'd be impressed too. We usually work until 8-ish p.m. Eastern. And then we just kind of do this. Shoot the breeze, have a few drinks, hang out. All right, Turner, have a good night, man. Hope you get some good sleep, bud. Hey, Levi, appreciate that, buddy. Thanks for coming in. Yep. So this, I don't know if you guys can see it, but the purple part here, this is purple poplar, right? So you get the coloring from minerals in the ground. It kind of wicks up into the tree. But this portion here has a lot of kind of curl and shimmer to it. So that's going to be the prominent portion of the top and the bottom. We can get both pieces out of it. And then the sides will be made out of cherry because it is my favorite wood to work with of all time. So, hunting or fishing, I do both. You want some fishing lures made? Contact Crappy Man Jigs over there. Go to his channel. You got Black Wolf. You got RMP Custom Lures. There's a whole slew of them. We can point you in a whole lot of directions. Like a small grape. It's squishy. Oh man. He's American. Hell, I am American. I mean, doesn't really get much more American than that, right? Ruben Flores. Yep. There's Ruben. There's who's that? That fly ties flies. He makes flies. He makes fucking amazing flies. His chat's a little weird sometimes, but could have a 1911. I mean, who says I don't have a 1911? I've got quite the collection, buddy. Quite the collection. That's the only one in the shop that you guys are aware of, because that one's disabled. It's an heirloom. Oh, that battery died. Yep, LBW, it will turn colors. It'll kind of honey out. I guess that's how I usually refer to it. It kind of yellows over time. But This we are going to hit with Gilboy's hard wax oil, and then we are going to polish with beeswax. We're going to polish the top, get it to a nice solid shine. Hey KK, how you doing? Yeah, you probably shouldn't roll up to. Well, you probably shouldn't roll up to any American's house. Let's be honest. We can be pretty tense sometimes. And another battery's not done charging. Hey, hype machine. How about you fucking bite me? You know, like my flag, you could fuck off. How about that? I also got a Colt 45. I have quite the collection. GFC, yep. I'm going to have to send him a thank you note. I mean, he doesn't read his emails, obviously, but I'm going to have to send him a thank you note. You look like a crotch goblin who carries a 19/11. Huh. Huh. I guess it's... Oh, goodness. I can't say that. Get kicked off of YouTube. You have yourself a great day, Tao Chen. Have yourself a great night. Making a U-turn in your entrance? Reading a flag message. Yep. That's exactly what I was doing. .338 Lapua mag? Ooh. I do want a .338 Lapua. So I've got a .308 British. That's kind of my favorite. It's kind of one of my favorite rifles. The .308 British. Oh, it's a beautiful weapon. You're dying, Matt? Based on that comment, I don't feel sorry for you. Sucks to be you, I guess. Also, America. America. You want something like that made? Contact Amy Jo. She'll get you hooked up. AR-10. I do not have an AR-10. I need to get one. I've got a few AR platforms. 303 British. I'm sorry. Yes, 303 British. Hey, Don. Good morning. What's pretty? This? This is pretty. Super awesome. I have another one in my office that is oval shaped. Oh, it's super awesome. My EDC, so I will carry an S&W 45, or depending on what I'm wearing, right? If I'm just wearing a t-shirt, I'll carry one of my 9s. Currently, it's a... Goodness, I can't remember the brand. No, I don't have any Glocks. They're not bad. I just think they're overpriced and overhyped. Like, if I'm paying that much for one and there's that much slop in the slide, no, I'm not okay with it. Like, you're just paying for a name at that point. It might as well have been made by some 12-year-old in China. I agree, KK. I agree. The world would be a much nicer place if everyone did. No, but I do have a nice Kimber. There's a Kimber. There's a Kimber that is it has like a blue, what is it, blue anodized or blue chromed slide and accents. Oh man, it's gorgeous. I really want to get 2 of them so I can dual carry. Because I do have a dual holster that I can wear under a jacket. I just never had a reason to use it. Reliability is unmatched, but quality, fitment, like, I don't know. I just don't like my gun to my sidearm to rattle. Matthew, that's terrible. That's terrible. Yep, I agree. I agree, Robert. Best ones to carry is the one that you have. 100%. The one that you are proficient with, the one that you can use when needed, that's the best one to carry. 100%. 100%. Arizona, everyone carried. But going to California, had to hide. Yeah. Even though you know everyone's got one. Or at least everyone who wants to do. I just assume everyone who wants to do any kind of harm is carrying something. And if not, well, probably should have been. Oh yeah, 100% Kizzy. Super soakers. Yep, I agree, Zyro. Open just makes you a target. And concealed is, well, concealed. Thanks, Matthew. I appreciate that, buddy. But I have been live for 5 hours and 12 minutes, according to this. Right? Right, Viking? Right? Unless you're in Texas, and then you might as well carry open. Otherwise, you look different. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Robert. I don't know why that one was hidden. Probably because of the high point. Hey, Tater. No, Viking, that's not a record for me. We've done working lives. Hell, we've done bullshit lives where we were live for 13 hours. You want those ones from Men in Black? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, I do too, Zyro. I'm 100% a supporter. If you couldn't tell. Or, you know, couldn't tell. The noisy cricket, right? Blow me back into a dumpster. Great, now I want to go watch Men in Black. Oh, man. All right, guys. Thank you all for hanging out with me, for shooting the breeze. We've covered a wide range of topics. Oh, watch list this dude? John, listen. I am probably on more lists than you know about just because I'm an American. So, you have yourself a great day living in your mom's basement under her wing. Have a good night, everybody. I appreciate y'all.